Is your accent holding you back when speaking English, or your listening comprehension of English? Understanding native speakers and fast English isn't about understanding the sounds of American English. It's about all the other things. Linking, reductions. The more you study them, the more effortlessly you'll be able to speak fast English and understand native speakers. Movies, TV, real life. Understanding English conversation can be hard, but with the exercises we'll do today, you'll be well on your way to more effortless English conversation. Today we're going to do just that in 8 conversations and monologues. Here's the first one we'll study with the analysis we'll do together.
Rachel?
Yeah.
Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular.
Okay, fine. Gunther, you know what? I am a terrible waitress. Do you know why I am a terrible waitress? Because I don't care. I don't care. I don't care which pot is regular and which pot is decaf. I don't care where the tray spot is. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. So I don't think I should do it anymore. I'm going to give you my week's notice.
What?
Gunther, I quit.
Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee?
Now, let's do an in-depth analysis to study all these important parts. Linking, reductions, flap T's, stress, and so on.
Rachel? Rachel? Rachel?
Rachel, first syllable stress, and the pitch goes up. Rachel. And the pitch goes up because he's trying to get her attention. It's like saying, Rachel, do you hear me? Pitch goes up. Rachel.
Rachel? Rachel? Rachel?
Yeah.
Then she does a really breathy response. Yeah. Yeah. Up, down shape. The breathiness just sort of shows exasperation and that she's kind of over it. She's kind of over this job.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular.
And then this next thought group is pretty long. What do you hear as the most stressed syllables?
Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular. Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular. Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular.
It's longer, so there are a few. I'm hearing remind, the stressed syllable of that first word, the verb. Remind me to review with you. Review, some on that verb as well. Which pot is decaf and which pot is regular. So the two verbs and then the difference between coffees, decaf and regular. And we do have a few reductions. We actually have a dropped D here in the stressed word in the stressed syllable. It's not uncommon to drop a D between two consonants, especially when the first one was an N like this. So it's remind me, remind me. And this is a pretty common 2-word phrase. Remind me to do this. Remind me to call mom. Remind me to pick up the dry cleaning. Remind me. Remind me. I diphthong N and then right into the M with no D. Remind me.
Remind me. Remind me. Remind me.
Now the word to is not reduced, and that's not very natural. It's pronounced with the true T and the U vowel. Remind me to review with you. And when I was trying to think about why he would do this fully pronounced, it is still unstressed, so the stress is right. But by not reducing that word, it sounds a little bit more formal. And this character is supposed to be a little bit odd. And so by not doing a reduction, that's one way to develop that character. But it is still unstressed. Remind me to review. Me to re. These 3 syllables all flatter in pitch compared to the up-down shape of the stressed syllables mine and view.
Remind me to review. Remind me to review. Remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular.
Review with you which pot is decaf. Then these 5 words, all a little bit lower in pitch, less of the up-down shape of stress.
Review with you which pot is decaf. Review with you which pot is decaf. Review with you which pot is decaf.
The 2 words pot and is are linked. Which pot is, with the flap T. And that's really common when one word ends in a T, a vowel or diphthong in T, and the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong. Very common to link with a flap T. Pot is, pot is, pot is, pot is decaf.
Pot is decaf. Pot is decaf. Pot is decaf.
Decaf is short for decaffeinated, decaffeinated coffee. So in the whole word decaffeinated, it's calf that's stressed. But when we shorten it, for some reason the stress changes and it's decaf. It's not decaf, but it's decaf. So the stress changes. Now we have first syllable stress. Also the vowel changes. It's the E vowel. In the word decaffeinated, it's a schwa. Decaffeinated. But we can't ever have a schwa in a stressed syllable. And so the vowel changes. Decaf. Decaf.
Decaf. Decaf. Decaf, and which is regular.
Decaf, and which is regular. So in the word and, the D is dropped. That reduction happens almost every single time you'll hear this word. Sometimes the vowel reduces. He doesn't, but he does drop the D. Decaf, and which one is regular.
Decaf, and which is regular. Decaf, and which is regular. Decaf, and which is regular.
Decaf, and which is regular. Regular, and his pitch does go up a little bit at the end. That's not super common for statements, but it does sometimes happen. Here he might be doing it to soften what he's saying. You know, he's basically saying, you messed up and I need to teach you how to do this. It could also be used to say, in a way, I can't believe that you don't know the difference. Why would I have to teach you this? Which is regular.
Which is regular. Which is regular. Which is regular.
Okay, fine.
Okay. The second syllable stressed there. It's a little bit harder to hear because the audience is laughing, but okay. K is the one with the up-down shape. Okay.
Okay, fine.
Fine. A little flatter. Fine. Shows a little bit of exasperation. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine.
Gunther. And it goes up in pitch. First syllable stress. Gunther. She goes up in pitch because she's not done talking. She has something to say. And we all know it's important. So let's hear what she has to say.
Gunther. You know what?
You know what? What's the stress there?
You know what?
Da. No and what are both longer, and the word you is said very quickly. It's actually reduced. It's not you, it's y. You know what? And everything links together really smoothly. You know what? And that phrase ends with a stop T. There's not a release of air.
You know what? I am a terrible waitress.
In this next sentence, what are the stressed syllables?
I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress.
I am a terrible waitress. So I and tear, the most stressed. Am and lower in pitch, flatter, everything links together smoothly. I am a tear.
I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress.
Actually, I take that back. I and am don't link together really. There's a little lift there. I am a terrible waitress. And by separating those, it brings a little bit more stress to it. I am a terrible waitress. So by separating it off, it makes it even more clear, brings even more prominence to her, what she is saying about herself. I am a terrible waitress.
I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress. I am a terrible waitress.
Emma. Lower in pitch, flatter, terrible. Lots of stress there. There's a true T, and she gives it a little bit extra air to bring even more stress. Whenever we exaggerate a beginning consonant, it brings more stress to that word. I am a terrible.
I am a terrible. I am a terrible. I am a terrible.
Terrible. 3-syllable word with first syllable stress.
Terrible waitress.
Waitress. waitress. Two-syllable word, first syllable stress. Do you notice anything about the T? Listen to just this word.
Waitress, waitress, waitress.
It actually sounds like a CH. Waitress, waitress.
Waitress, waitress, waitress. Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress?
Okay, and in the next sentence, what's our stress? What are our most stressed syllables?
Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress? Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress? Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress?
Do you know why? Lots of stress on why, and again, stress on terrible, and a little bit on waitress. Waitress. So these first three words, flatter in pitch, less important, the energy leads up to that peak in why.
Do you know why? Do you know why? Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress?
Do you know why I am a terrible? Actually, I wrote this with a contraction, but I don't hear that as I'm. I hear that as two syllables, I am. I am a, I am a, I am a. But they all link together really smoothly. I am a, I am a. They're all unstressed, flatter in pitch, not I am a. That would be all three stressed, but it's I am a, I am a, I am a.
I'm a I'm a I'm a terrible waitress.
I am a terrible. And then we get a big up down shape, lots of stress after those three flatter words with the stressed word, the adjective terrible.
Terrible, terrible, terrible waitress. Because I don't care.
What are our most stressed syllables in this next phrase?
Because I don't care. Because I don't care. Because I don't care.
Because I don't care. I and care are the most stressed, but all of these words are clearly pronounced. Because can be reduced, it's not. She actually puts a quick E vowel. So if you look it up in the dictionary, this would be an I or maybe a schwa. But sometimes when people are being extra clear or even just out of habit, these little unstressed syllables that have the letter E in them can be pronounced with the E vowel. B, B, B. Because. Because.
Because.
Because. Second syllable stress. K, as in butter, Z, cuz. And there is some up down shape to that too. Because. Because
I don't care.
How is the word don't pronounced?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I'm actually going to put an up down shape of stress on that too. I really think she's stressing each one of these words for emphasis. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. All of those to me feel long and with a little bit of that up down shape.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I'm hearing a really subtle stop T there. I don't care. I don't care. And that tiny lift signifies the T, the stop T. Okay, now we get I don't care two more times. Let's listen to the pronunciation.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. Their I is less stressed and it's more smoothly connected as one thought instead of each word being stressed. Stress on don't and more stress on care. I don't care. Da da da.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. And again, a very subtle, quick lift here signifying the stop T. It's definitely not t, I don't care, but it's I don't care. I don't care.
I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care which pot is regular.
I don't care which pot is regular. I don't care. Again, stress on that word. I don't care which pot is regular. And again, there was that subtle lift that signifies that stop T. It's not completely dropped. That would be I don't care. I don't care. Don't care. We do drop that T sometimes, especially if the next word begins with a vowel or a diphthong. But when it's a consonant, it's much more common to make a quick stop T. I don't care. I don't care which pot is regular.
I don't care which pot is regular. I don't care which pot is regular. I don't care which pot is regular and which pot is decaf.
I don't care which pot is Pot is, pot is. Do you notice, just like the other character, she is linking those two words with a flap T. Pot is, pot is. Which pot is regular? And then she really stretches which, doesn't she? Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf?
Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf? Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf? Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf?
Does she connect these two words with a flap T again? Listen.
Which pot is decaf? Which pot is decaf? Which pot is decaf?
Yes, she does. That's a flap T connecting. Pot is, pot is, pot is.
Which pot is decaf? Which pot is decaf? Which pot is decaf?
The word and, she does do a full reduction. So she reduces the D and the vowel. In. I say to my students, it can sound like this word in, said very quickly. Regular and which.
Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf? Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf? Which pot is regular and which pot is decaf?
You know, this is the third time now that we're seeing and hearing the word pot. And I want to point out it's the letter O, and that causes some people to round their lips and sort of shut it down. But it's more open. It's the ah as in father vowel. Pot, hot, ah, pot, pot.
Which pot is decaf?
Decaf, a little bit of stress on that stressed syllable D. Decaf.
Decaf, decaf, decaf. I don't care where the tray spot is.
I don't care. And another break here. I don't care. She does a little lift. And again, there's a stop T there. I don't care. Most of the stress on care.
I don't care where the tray spot is.
Where the flatter, lower in pitch, unstressed, then we have tray spot is. And she connects spot and is with a flap T, ending T coming after a vowel or diphthong, followed by a vowel or diphthong, linking that with a flap T.
Where the tray spot is. Where the tray spot is. Where the tray spot is.
Now, what is tray spot? This is not a very common phrase, common thing. I guess that what she's referencing is probably something that came up earlier in the episode, that the tray that she's supposed to take drinks out on has a particular spot, and she was not putting it in its particular spot.
Where the tray spot is. Where the tray spot is. Where the tray spot is.
Also, just like pot, we have the letter O, but it's the ah as in father vowel.
Tray spot is. Tray spot is. Tray spot is. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do.
Then she says two more phrases, but she links them all together into one thought group. Every word smoothly connects to the next word.
I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do.
I just don't care. This is not, a little bit of stress there, not what I want to do. So care and do get a lot of stress. Notice the word not again. The letter O, it's the ah as in father vowel.
I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do.
Let's look at the first part of this thought group. I just don't care. Duh. The pitch, the melody, everything is rising, the energy rising up towards that peak of stress on care. I just don't care. Again, a stop T there. Now the T in just is actually totally dropped. And this is really common with this word and any word that ends in an ST cluster or a T cluster of any kind when the next word begins with a consonant. We usually drop the T. Very common to drop the T between consonants and just link the two words together. I just don't, right from the S into the D.
I just don't care. I just don't care. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do.
This is lower in pitch. This is not. Said more quickly. And again, they link together just like every word in this thought group. This is not.
This is not.
This is not with a stop T. Now, why is this a stop T? Pot and spot, those words linked in with a flap T. That's because the next word began with a vowel or diphthong. Here, the next word begins with a consonant sound, W. So that ending T is a stop T. This is not what I want to do.
This is not what I want to do. This is not what I want to do. This is not what I want to do.
Listen to just the words what I want to.
What I want to, what I want to, what I want to.
Said very quickly. These are unstressed, flatter in pitch, less clear. What I, these two words linked together with a flap T. What I want to, that gets reduced, that gets changed to wanna. What I wanna, what I wanna, what I wanna.
What I wanted, what I wanted, what I wanted.
Listen to those 4 words together again, and then there's going to be a little break. Try to repeat it back. So you'll hear it 3 times, and then you try to say it, and try to match exactly what she's doing. There's a lot of simplification. You might want to pronounce more than she is. Try not to. Just repeat.
What I wanted, what I wanted, what I want to do.
And then all of that links into the next word, the stressed word, do, with that longer length and that up-down shape.
Do. So I don't think I should do it anymore.
Okay, in this next sentence, what do you hear as the peak of stress for the whole sentence?
So I don't think I should do it anymore. So I don't think I should do it anymore. So I don't think I should do it anymore.
So I don't, little bit of stress there. So I don't, but then even more stress on, so I don't think I should do it anymore. Definitely the peak of stress is due, and all of the words lead up to that, and then all of the words after that kind of fall away from that peak of energy, that peak of volume, that peak of stress.
So I don't think I should do it anymore. So I don't think I should do it anymore. So I don't think I should do it anymore.
So I don't think, again, I would write that as a really light, quick stop T. So and I said really quickly, not that clear. I don't think I hear an O diphthong in so.
So I don't think,
It's more just like so I don't. I guess I would write that as the schwa, so I don't. Linking together really smoothly, really quickly.
so I don't think.
These first 2 words, unstressed. Then we have think I should. Let's listen to just those 3 words.
Think I should.
A little bit more length on think I should. Linking together really smoothly. The word should is like just an SH and a schwa. The next word begins with a D. And so these really combine. You wouldn't make the D twice. Single D sound. And it really goes with the stressed feeling. So you could almost just think of the D and should as being dropped. Should do.
Think I should do it anymore. Think I should do it anymore. Think I should do it anymore.
Should do it anymore. What do you think we're going to hear with this T when we study it? It's the end of a word, the sound before is a vowel, and the next word begins with a vowel.
I should do it anymore. I should do it anymore. I should do it anymore.
Do it anymore. Did you guess a flap T? You were right. It any. Da, 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 da. The tongue just flaps against the roof of the mouth. So we have a lot of stress on do, some stress on don't, some stress on think, and then the other words are said really quickly. We have some reductions. This contrast is really important in American English. It's one of the characteristics that makes it sound American.
Do it anymore. Do it anymore. Do it anymore. I'm going to give you my week's notice.
Okay, in this next sentence, what are the most stressed words?
I'm going to give you my week's notice. I'm going to give you my week's notice. I'm going to give you my week's notice.
I'm going to give you my week's notice. So basically, she's saying she quits and she'll work 1 more week.
I'm going to give you my week's notice. I'm going to give you my week's notice. I'm going to give you my week's notice.
Okay, before the first stressed word, give, what do we have? I am going to becomes mana. I actually did another video on this about how extreme this reduction is. We lose the I, we lose the G. So this is common to be reduced to gonna. Going to becomes gonna. But sometimes when the contraction I am comes before, we actually replace the beginning G with the M. So it's just mana, 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 mana.
I'm gonna give you my week's notice.
I'm gonna give. I am going to. Those are 5 syllables, and they get reduced to 2. Mana, mana, mana.
I'm gonna give.
I would write that in IPA with the M consonant, as in butter, and then the N in the schwa. Mana, mana, mana. I'm gonna give.
I'm gonna give you my week's notice.
I'm going to give you my, you and my, lower in pitch, unstressed, and then week's notice. Stress on weeks and notice falls off in pitch from that. Week's notice.
I'm gonna give you my week's notice. I'm gonna give you my week's notice. I'm gonna give you my week's notice.
The T in notice is a flap T because it comes between 2 vowels and it does not start a stressed syllable.
Week's notice. Week's notice. Week's notice.
What?
Okay, so I've just listened to him saying this about 1,000 times to try to determine if I thought I heard a little escape of air before the W. What? I think I do hear a really, really light one. That's not very common anymore. It's something my mom does, and my friend said her mom does it. We love our moms. They're in their 70s, and it's not really that current to speak that way anymore. So by making that little escape of air is, again, making him just a little bit different, like when he didn't reduce to before, and is maybe part of his character. Maybe this guy in actual conversational English would be making just a pure W sound, what. But instead it's what, and the vowel is closer to the as in father vowel, whereas I think it's more common to make it the as in butter vowel. Both are acceptable pronunciations, but the difference is what versus what. What?
What?
And he does a little light release of a true T. Again, not the most common way to pronounce that T. It would be more common to make that a stop. What?
Gunther, I quit.
Okay, what is our stress of this sentence?
Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit.
Gunther, I quit. Gun, the stressed syllable of his name. Gunther, I quit. And then the verb. So the 2 middle syllables, less stressed, lower in pitch. Gunther, I quit.
Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit.
And she does do a true T release here, making that word even more clear, making it an even stronger statement.
Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit. Gunther, I quit.
Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee?
Okay, then Chandler with his asides. So funny. What's the stress here? It's under his breath. It's a little bit less clear, but we can still hear the contrast between stressed and unstressed.
Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee? Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee? Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee?
Does this mean a little bit of stress on mean? Does this mean we're going to have to start paying for coffee? Mean, pay, and caw. And we have some reductions. Let's look at the first 2 words. Does this.
Does this.
So the word does would be written in IPA, fully pronounced D, as in butter, Z, and the word this, voiced TH, I as in sit, and S. Does this. But what he did here is something that you'll hear in conversational English. Does this mean? Does this mean? We drop the first sounds of does. We take the Z and we replace the TH. Zis. Does this mean? Does this mean? Does this mean? Smoothly linked together.
Does this mean we're gonna have to start paying for coffee?
We're gonna have to start. Then we have a bunch of words that are lower in pitch, unstressed compared to pay. We're gonna. Going to is reduced. Gonna have to start.
We're gonna have to start.
Have to. So this is being pronounced H-A-F. The V sound gets turned to an F because of the next sound being a true T. When these two words go together, that happens a lot. True T, but then schwa. Have to. We're going to have to start.
We're going to have to start.
And then stress on pay. We're going to have to start paying.
We're going to have to start paying. We're going to have to start paying. We're going to have to start paying for coffee.
Paying for coffee. And then we have one final reduction, the word for, pronounced fur. Such a common reduction. Fur. Paying for coffee.
Paying for coffee. Paying for coffee. Paying for coffee.
And it goes up in pitch because it's a yes-no question. Even though he's not expecting an answer, it's just a joke.
Paying for coffee. Paying for coffee. Paying for coffee.
Rachel quits her job. Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
Rachel,
Yeah.
remind me to review with you which pot is decaf and which is regular.
Okay, fine. Gunther, you know what? I am a terrible waitress. Do you know why I'm a terrible waitress? Because I don't care. I don't care. I don't care which pot is regular and which pot is decaf. I don't care where the tray spot is. I just don't care. This is not what I want to do. So I don't think I should do it anymore. I'm going to give you my week's notice.
What?
Gunther, I quit.
Does this mean we're going to have to start paying for coffee?
You want to get personal.
Where were you born?
Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part.
First job?
Soldier, straight out of high school. Left the ranks of full bird colonel.
Then?
Spy.
Where?
It was the Cold War. We were everywhere.
Now?
Been riding the desk for the past 6 years, trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above.
You want to get personal.
I love this sentence because there's such contrast between the stressed and unstressed syllables and words. He really stresses the word you at the beginning.
You want to get personal. You want to get personal. You want to get personal.
You want to get personal. And then the stressed syllable of per, the first syllable, is also stressed. But the three words want to get are all much lower in pitch, much less clear, flatter than the you, up, down shape, higher pitch of the stressed word you.
You want to get personal. You want to get personal. You want to get personal.
Listen to just want to get.
Want to get. Want to get. Want to get.
Want to get, want to get, want to get, want to get. Much less clear than you. Now listen to the word you with want to get together, stressed and then unstressed.
You want to get. You want to get. You want to get.
A big difference there in the quality of those stressed versus unstressed syllables. We have a reduction. Want to becomes wanna.
Want to get. Want to get. Want to get.
And the word get has a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. Get. Wanna get, wanna get.
Want to get. Want to get. Want to get personal. Want to get personal.
Then the unstressed syllables sun, ul. Both said really quickly. Those both have the schwa. And in both of these cases, they're followed by a syllabic consonant. That means the consonant takes over the schwa. We don't make a separate vowel sound. So we go right from S into N. Sun, sun, sun. Person, person. And then right from N into L without making any kind of vowel sound. Null, 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 null. Now this is a dark L, which does have a vowel-like quality. You want to get personal.
You want to get personal. You want to get personal. You want to get personal.
Now, here is how Americans make the L in this case. It's a dark L. It's at the end of a thought group. It doesn't link into anything. We make that without lifting the tongue tip. Can you do that too? We make the dark L with the back part of the tongue. Back part of the tongue presses down a little bit. While the tongue tip stays forward. I find that most of my students are so heavily trained in lifting their tongue tip that it's a very difficult habit to break. I want to challenge you to do this. Personal. Your tongue is lifted for the N. Bring it back down. No. And use the back of the tongue to make the dark sound for the dark L.
Personal. Personal. Personal.
Where were you born?
She's speaking quickly here without much emotion, very straight-faced. Where are you born? Where and born both are stressed words there.
Where were you born? Where were you born? Where were you born?
Where were you born? They both have that up-down shape. Were you, on the other hand, are much flatter, much faster. Were you, were you, were you? The word born, this would be written with the aw as in law vowel followed by r. When these two sounds come together in the same syllable, like here, the aw as in law vowel is not pure. It's not aw, but it's o, o. My lips round more, the tongue pulls back a little bit. Born, born. Where are you born?
Where were you born? Where were you born? Where were you born?
Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part.
So this is a longer thought group. He says Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part. No breaks. If it's no breaks, then that means it's one thought group. So I've written it here with Huntsville, Alabama on this slide, and on the next slide is the second half of the thought group, but he didn't actually put a break there.
Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part. Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part. Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part.
The stress of these multi-syllable words, we have Huntsville, first syllable stress, Alabama. So the most stressed syllable is bam. And the first syllable has a little secondary stress. So I would put the primary stress marker there, secondary stress marker there. The other two A's are schwas. Actually, just a few weeks ago on the channel, I made a video of how to go over the pronunciation of the 50 states and their capitals. We talked about the 4 A's in this word. Click here or in the video description to check out that video that goes over the pronunciation of the 50 states.
Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama. Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part.
But technically I don't remember that part. Our stressed syllables, very clear, but technically I don't remember that part. Those have higher pitch. They have the up-down shape, that curve. The rest is a little bit flatter. It's either leading up to a peak or falling away from a peak. But
technically I don't remember that part. But technically I don't remember that part. But technically I don't remember that part.
Now we have an ending T and a beginning T. Those will combine into a single sound. One true T, but technically. But technically. He's pronouncing this word as 3 syllables. First syllable stressed, tech. And the CH here makes a hard K sound. Technic. The C here makes a hard K sound. Technically. And then he's not pronouncing this at all, just an LY ending then. Technically. Technically. Technically.
Technically, I don't remember that part.
And all of these words link together really smoothly. Technically, I don't Okay, what's happening with the N''T contraction? We have lots of different ways we pronounce that. And in this particular case, I think I'm actually hearing the whole thing dropped. Don't remember. Do. So we have the D consonant, O diphthong, and then I hear that linking right onto the next sound, which is the R.
I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part.
Now, it doesn't sound like do, because do has different sounds. It has the D consonant and the U vowel. So the fact that we have this O diphthong, that's how we know it's the negative. Don't remember. But I definitely don't hear the T. For a second, I listened to it on a loop. I was asking myself, do I hear a light, quick N? I don't think I really do. I think it's just dropped. Don't remember. Do, O. Just the O diphthong right into the R. Isn't it crazy? We can pronounce this contraction without the N''T at all, without the part that makes it a negative. But I still hear it as that word, because of the O diphthong.
I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part. I don't remember that part.
Are you pronouncing this word remember? Try to pronounce it with a schwa. Remember. Remember. Remember.
Remember. Remember. Remember.
I want you to listen to just the last 3 words. Remember that part.
Remember that part. Remember that part. Remember that part.
Kind of mumbly. It's at the end of the thought group. It's losing the vocal energy. And when I'm listening to the word that, which would have a stop T in most cases because it's followed by the P here, I actually think I'm also not hearing that part. I think he drops it. TH, quick A vowel, and then right into the P. That part. The ending T, he's also not really pronouncing that too clearly. I would still write that as a stop T. I don't think it's dropped. That would sound like par. And I don't hear that. I hear part. And that more abrupt end is the stop T. But let's listen to these last 3 words on a loop again and think about how you have to simplify everything in your mouth to be able to say this quickly and this unclearly. It's a little bit mumbled. This is pretty common for how words come out at the end of a thought group. They're definitely less clear.
Remember that part. Remember that part. Remember that part.
First job.
First job. 2 stressed words. They're both a little bit longer. First job, and pitch goes up at the end because she's asking the question. She wants to know what was his first job. Notice how we're pronouncing the T here. This T is dropped because it comes between 2 consonants. That's really common to do that when we have an ending cluster like the ST cluster in first or just or must. When it's followed by a word that begins with a consonant, you'll hear that T dropped. That helps to link the 2 words together more smoothly. So right from the S into the J sound. First job. Also note, we have the letter O here. I know my students see that and they want to do some lip rounding. No lip rounding in this sound. It's the ah as in father vowel. It is not job. Actually, this reminds me of Tom, who's a Rachel's English teacher. His name is the same. Single syllable, has the letter O. It makes the ah as in father vowel. And even so, almost all of his students say something like tom, instead of tom, ah, with no lip rounding. Even though he reminds them, it's not an O sound, it's the ah vowel. We see the letter O, we have such a strong association. But in English, one of the challenges is to break your association between what you see on the page and the actual natural American pronunciation. Because as you can see, we change things quite a bit. We drop sounds. Vowels are not what we think they are. So the vowel in job and in the word Tom is the ah as in father vowel. Ah.
First job. First job. First job.
Soldier.
Soldier. Soldier. 2-syllable word, first syllable stress. Soldier. D-I here is pronounced as a J sound, which we would write in IPA J. Soldier. Soldier.
Soldier. Soldier. Soldier.
And the L here, this is the break of the syllable. Soldier. So the L comes after the vowel. That makes it a dark L. He made it without lifting his tongue tip. I make it without lifting my tongue tip. Soldier. Soldier. I'm not lifting my tongue tip at all there. I'm using the back of my tongue for a more dark sound for the dark L. I challenge you to do the same thing. Do not lift your tongue tip. An L is a dark L when it comes after the vowel or diphthong in a syllable. Soldier.
Soldier. Soldier. Soldier. Straight out of high school.
5-word thought group, the word straight and high, most stressed. School also has some length, but it's at the end of the thought group. The pitch isn't as high. Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school.
Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school.
We have an STR beginning cluster. Stray. The T can come out as a CH there. Stray. Straight outta. Just make sure you make it light. Don't put too much air in it. Stray. Then these four letters, A, I, G, H, all make the A diphthong.
Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school.
All of the words in this thought group are really smoothly connected. We have a couple flap T's linking words together, like connecting straight out, straight out, straight out, da, 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 straight out, straight out, da. Another flap T connecting here. Straight outta. The word of reduced. It's just the schwa. Straight outta, straight outta, straight outta, straight outta. Da 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 da. Two flaps linking those words.
Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school. Straight out of high school.
High school, high school, high school. And again, we have a dark L. I guarantee you he is not lifting his tongue tip. Don't lift your tongue tip as you practice this.
High school. High school. High school. Left to right's a full bird kernel.
So the word left, stressed, ranks, also sort of stressed, but also not totally clear. We'll talk about that in a second. Then the last three words, even more clear, even longer. Full bird kernel.
Left to right's a full bird kernel. Left to right's a full bird kernel. Left to right's a full bird kernel.
So the rhythm pattern of these first four words, I would say, is still da 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 da. Stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed. Even though left and ranks are said more quickly, it really slows down then on full bird kernel. He's really stressing all three of those words.
Left to right's a full bird kernel. Left to right's a full bird kernel. Left to right's a full bird kernel.
Left the ranks, left the ranks. T is dropped. It comes between two other consonants. Left the. So a quick F goes right into the voiced TH, which doesn't come through the teeth here because it's beginning an unstressed word. Left the. I make that sound by just pressing my tongue on the backs of the teeth. It's not at the roof of the mouth. That would make it sound like a D. But the tongue tip doesn't come through the teeth either. Left the ranks, left the ranksa.
Left to right's, left to right's, left to right's.
The N here is the NG sound because it's followed by the letter K. Ranks, ranks, ranks. And I really feel like it's very subtle here. He says this word quickly, a little unclearly. It almost sounds like rakes without the NG to me.
Left to right's, left to right's, left to right's a full bird kernel.
Full. We have a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip. Try it. Full, full, full bird. Bird has the vowel, and that's overtaken by the R, so you don't actually need to try to make a vowel at all. Make the B sound, the R sound, the D sound. Bird, bird. Now the word kernel. Okay, it's obviously, this is one of the weirdest words in American English as far as letters and sounds.
Full bird kernel. Full bird kernel. Full bird kernel.
We have the K sound, which we get from the letter C. Then we have the same sound combination as in bird, the vowel and the R consonant. Where's the R? Exactly. So where's the O? Don't know. Where's this O? Don't know. It's just very strange. I don't know how this word evolved. It'd be interesting to look into that. Kernel. 2-syllable word, first syllable stress, K sound, R sound, cur, and then a very quick null, 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 N dark L sound at the end. Kernel.
Kernel. Kernel. Kernel.
Then.
Voice goes up in pitch. She's asking a question. It's not a statement. She's saying, what's next? Then.
Spy.
Spy. So his voice has a little bit of popcorn quality. There's not a full engagement of the air. Quick up-down shape of a stressed syllable. That is a statement. It comes down. Spy.
Spy. Spy. Spy.
Where?
Now this one also comes down, and she also has a popcorn quality of her voice. Where? Instead of where, which has more volume, more air.
Where? Where?
Now, why does this one go down in pitch where the other question statement went up in pitch? That's a great question. The general rule is, for the most part, if it's a yes-no question, it goes up in pitch. If not, it goes down in pitch. But there are always exceptions. When she said then, going up here, that was not a yes-no question, but going up made us know it was a question. Here, the pitch of where goes down. We still know it's a question.
Where? Where? Where?
The word where as a statement wouldn't exist, wouldn't really make sense. And I'm trying to think, would I ever make the intonation of where go up? And I would. I would if someone had told me where something was and I didn't hear them and I needed them to say it again, then I would say where. But this is her first time asking the question, where? She's making it a statement.
Where? Where? Where?
It's the Cold War. We were everywhere.
Okay, this is interesting. We have it was the Cold War. It was the Cold War. Stress on cold. It was the. Those three words. How are they pronounced?
It's the Cold War. It's the Cold War. It's the Cold War.
I'm hearing a Z sound. I'm hearing a schwa. The Cold War. The Cold War. Now, I know that the phrase grammatically would be it was the Cold War. But he says those three words really quickly, just combines them into two sounds. The Cold War. The Cold War.
It's the Cold War. It's the Cold War. It's the Cold War. We were everywhere.
Then the words we were everywhere. We were. Pitch goes up. Energy goes up. We were. We have the peak on the vowel everywhere. And then the pitch comes down. We were everywhere. We were everywhere. All connected smoothly together.
We were everywhere. We were everywhere. We were everywhere.
Now.
Now. Again, her pitch goes up, showing it's a question. Now, this is a word that we could make as a statement. Now. Like if someone said, hey, Rachel, when are you leaving? Now. So by making the intonation go up, now, it's inviting that question via conversation. Now.
Now. Now. Now.
Been riding the desk for the past 6 years, trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from.
Then he has a really long thought group. Actually, let's add the end of this thought group here to this slide. So we have lots of words that are a little bit longer, a little bit clearer. Been riding a desk for the past 6 years.
Been riding the desk for the past 6 years. Been riding the desk for the past 6 years. Been riding the desk for the past 6 years, trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from.
Trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from. Future. A little bit of length on enemies. But we have some reductions. What are you noticing? First, let's look at the first word.
Been riding it. Been riding it. Been riding it.
EE is pronounced as the letter I. That's actually not a reduction, but it's just the pronunciation. But it said very quickly. Been riding a. Been riding a.
Been riding it. Been riding it. Been riding the desk.
Riding a desk. Riding a. NG sound is changed to just an N sound. Riding a. And that links right into the schwa. Riding a.
Been riding it. Been riding it. Been riding it.
Now we have desk for the. I want you to listen to those three words and listen especially for the K.
Been riding the desk for the. Been riding the desk for the. Been riding the desk for the.
Desk for the. Desk for the. Desk for the. K is dropped. Comes between two consonant sounds. We sometimes do that when we're linking things together. Desk for a.
Been riding the desk for the. Been riding the desk for the. Been riding the desk for the.
Desk for the. Desk for the. For the, both said really quickly. We have a for reduction. The word the. Tongue tip does not need to come through the teeth for that TH. You can just touch it at the back of the teeth. The back of the front teeth for the. How fast can you say that? For the. Desk for the. Desk for the.
Desk for the. Desk for the. Desk for the past 6 years.
Now look, let's look ahead. We have STS, a cluster. The T comes between two other consonant sounds. Do you think it's dropped? I think it is. Let's hear.
The past 6 years. The past 6 years. The past 6 years.
Past 6 years. Past 6 years. Past 6 years. Okay. Yep. It is dropped. past six. Those two words connected with a single S. And actually, I'm going to write a little bit of length on that word too. Past 6 years. Past 6 years. I think they all have a little bit of length to them.
The past 6 years. The past 6 years. The past 6 years. Trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from.
Trying to figure out. Okay, that's not how it's pronounced. The TR, I am hearing a CHR, trying. That's really common. Now, the ING, again, he's dropping the G sound. He's making that an N sound. Trying. The word to, this word is reduced to just the schwa. We don't usually drop the beginning sound. We do make that a flap T sometimes, but I have noticed we do sometimes drop that altogether when the sound before is an N. And that's what's happening here. Trying to figure out. Also said pretty quickly, out, we have a stop T here. Figure out. Because the next word begins with a consonant. The W sound.
Trying to figure out where our future enemies.
WH word, but he makes just a clean W sound. There's no where in front. It's just where. The word our, pretty unclear. I would probably write that schwa R. It's reduced. Where.
Where our future enemies.
You know, I would normally write this schwa R, but I actually almost think I'm just hearing it like a schwa. Where our future enemies are. That's not too common, but I do think that's what he's doing here. Where a future enemies are. He's just speaking so quickly. This particular word is said so quickly. Now, when it's all linked together, I totally get it. It would sound weird to pronounce our that way if it wasn't linked in as part of the sentence.
Where our future enemies. This
word our and this word are both often reduced to something that sounds pretty much the same, schwa R. Of course, over here I said the R was dropped, but here I do hear it. Enemies are. Ending Z sound, linking right into the next sound. Zer. Enemies are.
Enemies are coming from.
Or coming from. So he has 3 ing verbs here, and for each one of them, he's changed the NG sound into an N sound. I do tell my students not to do this all the time. It just doesn't sound quite right, mixed in with other things that students tend to do. There will be some native speakers that do it all the time that will definitely sound like an accent, a regional accent in the US. And that's fine, especially, if you live there, you might want to pick that up. Although people in the US move around so much, I can't say that, everyone in a particular region speaks that way. A lot of people would speak with a more standard accent. And that's what I teach. So I just want to talk about that here. He's done it 3 times. A student watching this might think, we should be doing this all the time. I wouldn't say that. The last word from, not reduced. Sometimes we reduce this word to from. But the vowel is not reduced. It is the as in butter vowel. We generally don't reduce the last word in a sentence or a thought group.
Coming from. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above.
So let's talk about stress. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above. And the most stress on that last word, because this is what is unusual. The enemies are coming from above.
Never occurred to me they would be coming from above. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above.
Also, grammatically, we would have the word it here. The word it is implied. It never occurred to me. But he doesn't say that. He just says, never occurred to me.
Never occurred to me. Never occurred to me. Never occurred to me.
Never occurred to me. So in the stress syllable of occur, we have that R vowel again. Occurred. So you don't need to try to make a vowel there. It's really the R sound. Occurred. A little bit of stress on the first syllable of ne, never. Then the R links into the schwa, never, never occurred.
Never occurred to me.
Never occurred to me. So the ED ending here is a little light D sound not released. Then he makes the word to with a true T, and the vowel is reduced to the schwa. Occurred to. Do you hear that D sound in my vocal cords before I make the T? Occurred to me. Occurred to me.
Occurred to me they would be coming from above.
So we have the stressed syllable occurred, then we have to me, they would be. All of these words before the next stressed word.
To me they would be coming. To me they would be coming. To me they would be coming.
To me they would be. To me they would be. To me they would be. To me they would be a little bit flatter in pitch. We don't have much of that up down shape. To me they would be. To me they would be. To me they would be. Now I hope you're noticing the L in would is always silent. To me they would be. To me they would be. A very light D sound in the vocal cords here. Again, not released. That would be. They would be. Would be. Would be. Would be. Would be. We don't hear that. They would be. They would be. They would be. That's what we hear. They would be. Little D sound. The vocal cords are vibrating. That's a voiced sound, but it's not released. I go right into the B sound.
To me they would be. To me they would be. To me they would be coming from above.
Coming from above. We have interesting stress here. He's playing with it a little bit because of the surprise of the enemies coming from above, from outer space. Coming from above. Da 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 da. Really stressing that last syllable. Now here we have an ing word. He does pronounce that as an ing word. He makes the ng sound instead of an n sound. Coming from. Now here I probably would write this as the from reduction with a schwa instead of the as in butter vowel. Coming from above. Coming from above.
Coming from above. Coming from above. Coming from above.
The last thing I want to talk about is he does do a little lift here from above. When I was practicing it, one time I did it with the link from above. But no, that's not how he does it. He says from above, from little break, above. Putting that little break there makes that word even more stressed. If we linked it into the word before, it would sound a little bit more conversational. But by putting a little lift there, a little break in the sound, it brings more stress to that word. Wow, the enemies are coming from above.
Coming from above. Coming from above. Coming from above.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
You want to get personal.
Where were you born?
Huntsville, Alabama, but technically I don't remember that part.
First job?
Soldier, straight out of high school. Left the ranks of full bird colonel.
Then?
Spy.
Where?
It's the Cold War. We were everywhere.
Now?
Been riding the desk for the past 6 years, trying to figure out where our future enemies are coming from. Never occurred to me they would be coming from above.
Too tight? A little?
No, leave it for now. We'll see.
Okay.
If it feels too tight later, I'll let you know. So, do you have a vision?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I want to take, if with your permission, I'd like to go to here.
What do you think, David? That might be too much.
You should try it. It'll always grow.
I know, but in the meantime, what if I hate it?
Well, it won't be too short. I think it'll be good because it's going to have layers and movement.
Can you do 1 inch longer than that?
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Darn it.
Darn it. I just don't have the balls.
Well, but you could grow a set.
I know, I could, but I'm too busy feeding a baby and building a business and all that.
Yeah. Too tight?
Too tight? Tight? Pitch going up at the end. She was asking me a question.
Too tight? Too tight? Too tight?
Too tight? Notice she had a clear stop T at the end of the word tight.
Tight? Tight? Tight?
Tight. So that sounds different than the word tie, which has the same sounds, only no T. Tight. Tie. tight.
Tight, tight, tight.
The word tight is a lot more abrupt because of this stop than tie, which has more of a curve in the voice. Too tight?
Too tight? A little?
Then she said, a little, as in a little too tight. A little. Again, her voice went up in pitch at the end.
A little? Little? Little?
A little. Little is a really tough word. The double T is a flap, so it sounds like the American D. It might sound like the R in your language. Little, little, little.
Little? Little? Little?
It also has a dark L, and when I say this word, I don't move the front top of my tongue away from the roof of the mouth, between the flap and the L. Little. I go from using the front of the tongue to the back, but I don't actually move the front of the tongue. A little, a little.
A little? A little? A little?
No, leave it for now. We'll see.
Okay.
No, leave it for now. Leave it for now. A couple things to note. How did I pronounce the word for?
For now, for now, for now.
With the schwa. So the schwa is absorbed by the R sound. For. Leave it for. Leave it for now.
Leave it for now. Leave it for now. Leave it for now.
Also, a stop T in it. Less time to pronounce it. No release. It for.
Leave it for now. Leave it for now.
Leave it for now. Leave it. Leave it. One way that can help you connect these two words is to maybe think of the V sound as beginning the word it. Vit. Leave it. Leave it. Leave it for now.
Leave it for now. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. How did I pronounce we will?
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
The contraction, wool, wool, wool. I made a schwa sound here, and then the dark L was the dominant sound. Wool, wool, where the back of the tongue pulls back. Wool, wool see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
I don't lift the tip of my tongue to finish the dark L. Wool, I can leave it down. I'm just using the back of my tongue to make the dark L. We'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Okay.
My sister-in-law said a really quick K.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
This is short for the word okay. You'll hear it shortened to K a lot. K.
Okay. 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 If it feels too tight later, I'll let you know.
If it feels too tight later, I'll let you know. If it feels, the word feels was longer. It had that up, down, swell. If it feels. The word if was really short. If it feels. There was almost no vowel, just a very quick I. But if I had just said fit feels and just made the F sound, attaching it to the next word, she would have known what I meant. Another stop T here because the next word begins with a consonant. If it feels.
If it feels too tight later.
Too tight later. So unlike the word TO, which can often reduce, the word TOO never reduces. It will have the oo as in boo vowel. If it feels too tight later. What do you notice about tight? Again, a stop T. The next sound is a consonant. Too tight later. Later. How did I pronounce that T?
Too tight later.
That T was a flap T. Later.
I'll let you know.
I'll let you know. The word I'll reduced, so it sounds like the word all. I'll let you know. I think you're probably noticing the strong CH sound instead of a T. Letcha.
I'll let you know.
This often happens in American English when the T sound is followed by the word you or your.
Let you know.
What else about the word you? The oo vowel was reduced to the schwa. Letcha, letcha. I'll let you know, I'll let you know, I'll let you know. I'll let you know. This is a pretty common phrase. I'll let you know. Practice that a couple times. I'll let you know, I'll let you know, I'll let you know. I'll let you know, I'll let you know. So, do you have a vision?
Mm-hmm.
So, I kind of drew that word out a little bit. So. This is a diphthong, the O as in no diphthong. Oh. So make sure that your lips do move, they will round more. So, for this second half of the diphthong. So, do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? The oo vowel in do was very fast. It could even be interpreted as a schwa. Do you have? 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 Do you have a vision? Also, the word you is very fast. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? And it could have been the schwa, but I think I actually am hearing a real oo vowel there, although it's fast. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Have a, have a. Here we have an ending consonant linking into a beginning vowel. Remember, we're talking about sounds when we deal with these rules of linking and other things, not letters. So even though the letter E is here, it's silent. The final sound is the V sound, have a, have a, have a. So we can link that really nicely into the article a. Have a vision? Have a vision? Have a vision? Do you have a vision? Vision. Here the letter S makes the zh sound. Vision, vision. Vision, vision. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? And my voice is going up in pitch at the end. I'm asking her a yes/no question. Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Do you have a vision? Mm-hmm. 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 This is a common response, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you have a response like that in your language? That's sort of just like a grunt that doesn't even involve opening your mouth? Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. That's a common one in American English.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I want to take it with your permission.
What is it? What is it? How did we say that so quickly and link things together? First of all, the T here comes between two vowel sounds, so I linked those words with a flap T. What is it? 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 And also the letter S makes the Z sound in this word, and the Z did connect into that next word. Zit, zit. What is it? 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 So we linked all three of these words together by an ending consonant to beginning vowel link. What is it? 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 Try that with me and follow the same stress pattern where is the most stressed. What is it? 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 What is it?
I want to take it with your permission.
I want to take. I want to take. So you can probably notice that she's saying wanna, not want to.
I want to take.
So she's combining these words, dropping the T sound, wanna, with the schwa at the end. I want to take. I want to take.
I want to take. I want to take. I want to take it with your permission.
With your permission. She's hesitating here a little bit.
With your permission. With your permission.
Because she knows she needs my permission to do this. Your permission. How does she pronounce the word your?
Your permission.
It's reduced. Schwa R. Your.
Your permission.
Your permission.
With your permission, I'd like to go to here.
What do you think, David? I'd like to go to here. Okay, a couple interesting things here.
I'd like to go to here. I'd like to go to here.
So she's saying I would like. I'd. She won't do this if I don't give her permission, but this is what she wants to do.
I'd like.
So she's using the contraction I would to I'd.
I'd like to go to here.
I'd like to go to here. Okay, the word to. It appears twice. Both times she uses the schwa. The first time it's a clear, true T. Like to. I'd like to.
And I'd like to, and I'd like to, and I'd like to.
T, t, t. But the second time you barely hear it. I'd like to go to here.
And I'd like to go to here.
It's a light flap. So she made a true T here because the sound before was unvoiced, an unvoiced consonant k, k.
And I'd like to go to here. And I'd like to go to here.
And because this sound is unvoiced, she's going ahead and making the T sound unvoiced as well. Like to, like to.
And I'd like to, like to, like to.
So it's a K sound. She's stopping the air, and she's not releasing the K like to. She's going straight from the stop of air into the true T sound. Like to, like to.
Like to, like to, like to.
So you might not even hear the K. I'd like to, I'd like to. But the back of her tongue is moving up to the soft palate to make the K. A native speaker will hear that as a K sound, even though the K isn't released before the T. I'd like to go to here.
And I'd like to go to here.
What do you think, David? What do you think, David? Okay, that was really unclear, very mumbly. What do you think? 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 With a flap T here, dropping the D sound and just making a flap to connect these two words. But my flap was pretty sloppy. What do ya? What do ya? What do ya? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Not a clear flap against the roof of the mouth at all. The word you was reduced. Instead of the oo vowel, I used the schwa. What do you think? That is a very common phrase. What do you think? 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 This is how you ask somebody's opinion. What do you think? What do you think, David? What do you think, David? What do you think, David? That might be too much.
You should try it.
Okay, then I got really mumbly before. That might be too much. Listen to just that little bit again while I tried to figure out what I wanted to say. That might be too much. That might be too much. That might be too much. Very unclear. A native speaker would definitely understand as I don't know. That might be too much. But I basically didn't make a D sound. That might be too much. I don't know would be a much clearer way to pronounce that. I was mumbling. I didn't want to do what she wanted to do. I felt bad about it. I was trying to figure out what to say about it. I don't know. A very unclear way to say I don't know, but Americans will certainly do that. I don't know. That might be too much. And I'm continuing my mumble here. That might be too much. That might be too much. That might be too much. I'm really only saying an or an kind of vowel here. That might be too much. I'm not really saying the th, and I'm not even really making a T sound. It might be too much. It might be too much. That might be too much. That might be too much. I am making a stop T at the end of might be. That might be too much. That might be too much. That might be too much. That might be too much.
You should try it.
You should try it. You should try it. Okay, what about the word should? She's not really making the final D sound. Now the L in the word should is always silent.
You should try it.
It's not part of the sounds, but the D usually is or sometimes is, but we often drop that in conversation, especially when the next sound is a consonant. You So just the vowel. You should. You should try that. You should. You should try it.
You should try it.
You should try it. You should try it.
You should try it. You should try it.
Now, so often people make a TR sound and make it a CHR sound. Try. But my sister-in-law actually didn't do that. She made a pretty clear TR sound. Try it. Try it.
Try it. Try it. You should try it.
You should try it. Try it. Vowel to vowel link here. And then a stop T. Try it.
Try it. Try it. Try it.
So she made everything there really smooth, really connected. You should try it. You should try it. You should try it. You should try it.
You should try it. You should try it. It'll always grow.
It'll. This is just like the word little that we discussed earlier.
It'll.
It will. And it's a flap. It comes between the I vowel and the schwa L or the dark L here. But you don't need to bring your tongue back down after the flap. You can just put it up to the roof of the mouth for the flap and then move the back of your tongue for the dark L. It'll always grow.
It'll always grow.
Always grow. Always grow. Notice she doesn't really make an L sound there. It's more just a clear always. Always instead of always. So that's a shortcut you can use for that word. Always. Always. It'll always grow.
Always. It'll always grow.
I know, but really stressing the word no there. I know, but. Stop T at the end of but, an abrupt end there. I know, but in the meantime, what if I hate it? In the meantime, this is a pretty common phrase. Mean is very stressed there compared to the other words. In the meantime, this means until then. In the meantime, shortcut with a phrase like in the. You have an N and the voiced TH sound. In the meantime, you can make the N with the top part of the tongue touching the roof of the mouth, even with the tip of the tongue out. So the tip of the tongue can already be making the TH shape with the tip through the teeth. In the. You can make the N with the part of the tongue that's further back, while the tip of your tongue prepares for the next sound. This will help you make that more quickly. In the meantime, what if I hate it? What if I hate it? What if I hate it? How did I say that so quickly and link those words together? What if I hate it? What if I hate it? Well, there's only one word that was really stressed there, that was really long, and that was the word hate. What if I hate it? What if I hate it? The rest of the words were very fast. And we linked together the words what and if with a flap T. What if I? What if I? The F linked right into the I diphthong. What if I? What if I hate it? What if I hate it? What if I hate it? And again, we had a flap T linking hate and it. Hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it. And a stop T at the end of it. What if I hate it? What if I hate it? What if I hate it? I think you're probably starting to notice that we very rarely make true T's. Okay, maybe very rarely is an exaggeration, but more often than not, a T is either a stop T or a flap T. What if I hate it?
Well, it won't be too short. I think it'll be good because it's going to have layers and movement.
Well, it won't be too short. It won't be. What about those T's again?
Well, it won't be.
She's making her sentence more smooth. She's linking words together more easily by making those stops. Well, it won't be. It won't be too short.
It won't be too short.
Again, too, with the oo vowel not reduced, we don't reduce that word.
Too short.
She's stressing the word too. It won't be too short. It's the main word, the main stressed word of that sentence. Well, it won't be too short.
It won't be too short.
All of the words before are leading up to it, and the word after it is falling away from it.
It won't be too short.
So she's saying it might be short, but it won't be too short.
It won't be too short. I think it'll be good.
I think it'll be good. Again, the it will contraction, it'll, with that flap. It'll.
I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good.
I think it'll be good. Think and good. Longer than it'll be. I think it'll be good.
I think it'll be good. I think it'll be good because it's going to have layers.
Because it's going to have. Because it's. So she changed the word because to just. Because it's. And she linked the Z into the next word, the vowel, it's. Because it is. Because it's. That's how Americans will pronounce those three words very often. Because it's
Going to have layers and
gonna have layers. And you probably noticed going to was pronounced gonna. It's gonna have
layers and
gonna have layers. And okay, which word there is the most clear, the longest, the most stressed?
going to have layers and going to have layers and going to have layers and
Gonna have layers. And definitely the word layers. Layers and
layers and layers and layers and
the next word and was reduced to just the N sound. Layers and
layers and layers
and the Z sound connected into the word and. S pronounced as a Z here.
it's going to have layers and movement.
Can you do 1 inch longer than that? Movement. Movement. Here she does make a nice true T. Movement.
Movement, movement, movement.
Can you do 1 inch longer than that? Can you do 1 inch longer than that? I'm really stressing the word one. Can you do 1 inch longer than that? I don't really agree with her, so this is what I'm asking for as the compromise. Can you do 1 inch longer than that? Can you do 1 inch longer than that? What did you notice about the word can? Can you? That was reduced. Can. This is usually how we pronounce this word. When it's a helping verb, and it's usually a helping verb. That means it's not the main verb in the sentence. The main verb is do. So I'm going to reduce can. Can you do 1 inch longer? 1 inch longer. Can you do 1 inch longer? 1 inch longer. 1 inch longer than that. 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 What about the word than? Reduced, it had the schwa. Longer than. Longer than. Longer than. Longer than. Longer than that. Longer than that. And again, a stop T at the end of that. Longer than that. Longer than that. Longer than that.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Okay, fine. She's kind of saying it quietly. She really didn't want to agree with me at all. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine.
Okay, fine. Pitch falling off. She's a little disappointed.
Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
And I said, "K, thank you." I reduced the word okay to just K. K, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
I'm also speaking quietly here. It was like painful for us to come up with something we agreed on here. We both kind of gave up more than we wanted. So we both kind of mumbled our agreement.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you.
Darn it. Darn it is like, oh man, I'm disappointed. That's not how I wanted that to go. Darn it. She makes a stop T at the end of it. That's because it's at the end of the thought, the end of the sentence. Darn it. I repeat what she says. Darn it. Even though I'm not disappointed. I just don't have the balls.
Well, but you could grow us that.
I just don't have the balls. Okay, a couple of things. The word just. So often we drop the T. We do this when the next word begins with a consonant. I just don't. 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 This helps us connect the word. We drop the T when it comes between two consonants all the time. I just don't have. I just don't have. I just don't have. I just don't have. Don't have. Don't have. Don't. Very quick stop here. So it's not a dropped T, but it's sort of a weak stop. I just don't have. I just don't have. I just don't have. I just don't have. I just don't have the balls. I just don't have the balls. I'm stressing the words don't and balls. And notice that the S is a Z there. I just don't have the balls. I just don't have the balls.
Well, but you could grow a set.
Well, but you could grow a set. But you could. Again, ending T, the word you becomes a CH. But you.
But you could grow a set.
And did you notice the L is silent in could?
But you could grow a set.
Grow a set with a stop T.
Grow a set.
If you're unsure what these idioms mean, check out the lesson that goes with this video, vocab, idioms, and phrasal verbs. I just don't have the balls.
Well, but you could grow a set.
I know, I could, but I'm too busy feeding a baby and... I know, I could. So these two mini phrases have that up-down shape. I know, I could. Again, the L in could is silent. I know, I could, but I'm too busy. But I'm. Connecting those two words with a flap T. But I'm too busy. Too busy. Again, the word too, not reduced. It's got the pure oo vowel. Too. But I'm too busy. Did you notice the word busy has the letter S, but the S is pronounced as a Z? Busy. Busy. Also, the letter U represents the I sound here. That doesn't happen too often. Busy. Feeding a baby and stressing the stressed syllable of feed. Feeding a baby. They both have first syllable stress. Feeding a baby, all connected with the schwa for the word a. Feeding a baby and babyin. The word and was reduced to just the schwa N sound, so it just kind of sounds like an N sound at the end of the word before. Babyin. Feeding a baby and I'm too busy feeding a baby and building a business and all that. Building a business and all that. So just like feeding a baby, building has stress on the first syllable. Building a business. Business also has stress on the first syllable. So again, these two words were linked together with the article a, pronounced schwa, building a business. Just like in the word busy, the letter S here makes the Z sound, and the letter U makes the I vowel. Busy, business, building a business and all that. Businessin'. Again, reduced the word and to just the schwa N sounds, which just sounds like an N. And all that. Stop T. And all that. She agrees with me. She doesn't like it, but she agrees. Yep. Very abrupt. And all that. Stop P, not releasing it. Yep. This is my sister-in-law who cuts everyone's hair in the family. She has very good ideas. She's very good at it. But I tend to like my hair long, and she wanted to go just a little shorter. Let's listen to the whole dialogue again.
Too tight? A little?
No, leave it for now. We'll see.
Okay.
If it feels too tight later, I'll let you know. So, do you have a vision?
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I want to take it, with your permission, I'd like to go to here.
What do you think, David? That might be too much.
You should try it. It'll always grow.
I know, but in the meantime, what if I hate it?
Well, it won't be too short. I think it'll be good because it's going to have layers and movement.
Can you do 1 inch longer than that?
Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you.
Darn it.
I just don't have the balls.
Well, but you could grow a set.
I know, I could, but I'm too busy feeding a baby and building a business and all that.
What'd you do today? Stoney slept in, and that was a miracle.
And you beat my dad at golf. Has that happened before?
Probably not.
Dad says he's just gotten terrible.
Today he was a little bit terrible for him.
He says that that's his new normal.
Maybe. It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
What'd you do today?
There's one stressed word in this phrase. Can you feel what it is? Let's listen 3 times.
What'd you do today? What'd you do today? What'd you do today?
What did you do today? It's always where the pitch change happens. We have a peak of stress, a peak of melody on the word do. What did you do today? And everything either leads up to that or falls away from that.
What'd you do today? What'd you do today? What'd you do today?
What did you? What did you? What did you? What did you? These first 3 words said really quickly, what did often becomes would. We drop the T, link, and then just leave a D. What'd you do? What'd you?
What'd you? What'd you? What'd you?
What'd you? So we drop every sound except for the D. What did becomes would. But then D plus Y can make a J sound. J, j, j. So what did you becomes wa-ju. Let's write the whole thing out in IPA. Wa-ju. What'd you? What'd you? What'd you? What'd you? What'd you do? What'd you do?
What'd you do? What'd you do? What'd you do today?
Do today. Do today. So the word today. The first vowel is always the schwa. Never make that tu. Always make that t. But the first T can be a flap if it links into a word that ends with a vowel or diphthong. And that's what I'm doing here. I'm making that a flap. Oops. Let me write that a little bit more clearly. A flap T. Do today. And then this is also a flap because it's a D between 2 consonants. Flap T and flap D sound the same. Do today. Do today. Do today. Do today.
Do today. Do today. Do today.
Thinking, sort of a mix between as in butter and as in father.
Stoney slept in.
Stoney slept in. 2 stressed syllables there first. The first syllable of the proper noun. Stoney slept in. Then the second part of the phrasal verb. And it's all smooth and connected.
Stoney slept in. Stoney slept in. Stoney slept in.
So the word slept ends in the PT cluster. A cluster that ends in T, if the next word begins with a consonant, we usually drop it. If the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong, we usually say it. Let's try to listen really closely and see what David is doing.
Stoney slept in. Stoney slept in. Stoney slept in.
Stoney slept in. Oh man, I don't even really feel like I hear it, but slept in. That's not sounding right to me. So even though I'm trying to isolate a t sound, I don't really hear it. I still think you should think of that as a true T. Super light, slept in, slept in, slept in.
He slept in. He slept in. He slept in. And that was
little break here, breaking up thought groups, thinking about what to say, and the a vowel held out a little bit. A as in bat, followed by N, D is dropped. And when we have a followed by N, it's not an, but a little bit of a more relaxed sound going into the as in butter, or you could think of it as the schwa, and
that was and that was,
And that was, and that was. So the N right into the TH sound of that, no break. Then we have a as in bat, stop T, and then was. I would definitely say that's reduced. It's not as in butter, but it's the schwa, was.
and that was, and that was, and that was a miracle.
A miracle. A miracle. Little two-word thought group. The article, a schwa, just links right into the word. A miracle. So no break there. Miracle. First syllable stress. Miracle. Miracle.
The miracle. The miracle. The miracle.
Now, if you look this word up in IPA, you'll see it as in sit vowel in the stressed syllable. Miracle.
The miracle. The miracle. The miracle.
Miracle. When the I as in sit vowel is followed by R, it is not I as in sit. It's more like E as in she. So it's not meh, like in miss, miracle, meh, but it's mir, miracle. Ending in a dark L, don't lift your tongue tip for that. Make that with the back part of the tongue, miracle.
The miracle. The miracle. The miracle.
And you beat my dad at golf. Okay, then my sentence. What are the stress syllables there? Let's listen 3 times. And you beat my dad at golf. And you beat my dad at golf. And you beat my dad at golf. And you beat. And you beat. Stop D. Beat my dad at golf. So we have stressed, unstressed, stressed, unstressed, stress. Da 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 da. And you beat my dad at golf. 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 And again, D dropped. And you. Smooth connection. And you beat my dad at golf. And you beat my dad at the word at reduced, stop T, and the vowel reduces to the schwa. This sounds a lot like the word it, even though it's at. Dad at golf. My dad at golf. My dad at golf. My dad at golf. Golf. This word is tricky. It can be written with either the ah as in father or aw as in law vowel. I think aw is a little bit more common. So we have G, vowel, L, F. So the L comes after the vowel in this syllable. That means it's a dark L. Gall. And really it blends with that vowel, doesn't it? It's not golf, but gall. Golf. Golf. So it can be a little bit more open for the aw vowel, then a little bit more closed. The back of the tongue gets even closer to the back of the throat for the dark L. Gall. But the tongue tip never lifts. Golf. And then finally the F. Golf. 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 That has stressing that and then moving up because I'm asking a question. That has stop T. The ending sound in has is a Z, but I change what I'm going to say. So there's a little lift here, a little break. Has that happened before? Has that happened before? So then rather than making the statement, that has never happened before, I asked the question, has that happened before? And has the stress, we're going up because this is a yes-no question. And yes-no questions generally go up in pitch, which means our stressed syllables towards the end will go down and up instead of up and down. Has that happened before? Has that happened before? Has that happened before? Has that? I would say the word has is reducing to the schwa. his. So then it can kind of sound like the word his that. Stop T, not releasing it. Has that happened? Happened?
Has that happened? Has that happened? Has that happened before?
Happened before? And my intonation is just going up, and I really do get pretty high there at the end. Four? Happened before?
That happened before? That happened before? That happened before?
Another thinking sound we make. Just the M consonant.
Probably not.
Probably not. Two stressed syllables there. Probably not. Stop T to end. Probably. It's really common to reduce this to probably. So we drop that. It's just two syllables. Probably.
Probably not. Probably not. Probably not.
Dad says he's.
Dad says he's. Dad says he's. So I'm stressing says. Dad says he's. Now, of course, we say, but when we add an S, the A diphthong changes to E. Says. And this letter S is a Z sound. Says. Dad says he's.
Dad says he's. Dad says he's. Dad says he's.
And I do pronounce that H there. I could have dropped it, Dad says he's, but I said, Dad says he's. And this is short for he has. He has gotten. And that letter S is a Z, so this letter S is going to be a Z.
Dad says he's. Dad says he's. Dad says he's.
Dad says he's. So the D here in dad, it's not released, dad, but we do vibrate the vocal cords for that. Dad says he's.
Dad says he's. Dad says he's. Dad says he's just gotten.
Just gotten. Stressing just gotten. Just gotten. Even though that word is stressed, the T is still dropped. ST ending cluster linking into a consonant. So common to drop that T. Just gotten.
Just gotten. Just gotten. Just gotten.
Let's look at the word gotten. We have G consonant, A vowel, T, schwa, N. When we have these sounds together, T, schwa, N, we do a stop T, got, n, and we go right into the N. So you can think of there as being no vowel here. Gotten, gotten, gotten. Not gotten. That's not a very common pronunciation in American English, but gotten, gotten.
Gotten. Gotten. Gotten. Terrible.
Terrible. 3-syllable word, first syllable stress, terrible. And I'm giving that a really clean, clear, true T. And I'm even pausing just a bit before to let the stop air build up. Terrible. To let that T be even more exaggerated, because this is not a word that has a meaning that's sort of in the middle. It's extreme. He's not just a little bit bad, but he's really, really bad now. He's terrible, which is why there's a little extra stop, a little extra air in that T to stress it.
Terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
So for this word, we have a true T starting a stressed syllable, E as in bed, R, schwa, and then B, schwa, dark L, tear. So I want to talk about this E followed by R. The R consonant changes some of our vowel sounds when they're in the same syllable together, like they are here. And R does change E. So it's not quite te, but it's te, tear. So not as much jaw drop, not as much space between the tongue and the roof of the mouth, a little bit more closed down. Tear, tear, terrible. And of course, this is a dark L. Don't lift your tongue tip for that. Bull, bull, bull. No kind of vowel sound there, just B, dark L, bull, bull. Terrible.
Terrible. Terrible. Terrible.
Today he was a little bit terrible.
Today he was a little bit terrible. So we have today, quite a bit of stress there. Today he was a little bit. Then these are more unstressed.
Today he was a little bit terrible. Today he was a little bit terrible. Today he was a little bit terrible.
Tiny bit of stress on little bit terrible. Stress on terrible. Again, a true T there, starting our stressed syllable.
A little bit terrible. A little bit terrible. A little bit terrible for him.
For him. And then a little add-on for him with one stressed syllable and the word for reduced. So not for him, but for him, for him, for him. Da-da, da-da, for him.
For him. For him. For him. Today he was a little bit terrible for him.
Today. So very, very light true T here. Earlier, I made it a flap T because the word was linking into a vowel. Here, it's the beginning of his sentence. Really light true T, but again, as always, schwa in that first syllable. Today. Today.
Today. Today. Today he was a little bit terrible for him.
So if we listen to just he was a little bit.
He was a little bit. He was a little bit. He was a little bit.
He was a little bit. He was a little bit. You can see how that's all lower in pitch, less clear, less vocal energy. That is unstressed. He was a becomes he was it. He was it. He was it. The E vowel linking smoothly into the W. That's not was. That's was reduced. And that ending S is a Z sound. That Z links right into the schwa. He was it. He was it. He was it.
He was a little bit. He was a little bit. He was a little bit.
He was a little bit. He was a little bit. He was a little bit. Little. Said quickly, that's a tricky word. We've got a flap T followed by schwa L. Little. Oops, I didn't write that as a schwa, did I? Let's change that. That should be written like this. Little.
He was a little bit. He was a little bit. He was a little bit.
The way I do this sequence, flap T, schwa L, is I don't actually flap my tongue because I don't bring it down. This is a light L starting, so you do lift your tongue tip there. So I lift the tongue, I bring it down for the vowel, then I put the tongue tip back up for the T sound. Little, but I don't release it. I tend to leave the tongue tip up and then make the dark L sound at the back of the tongue with the tongue tip up. So if I say little, my tongue starts up for the light L and it ends up for the flap T dark L. Little. It's kind of confusing to explain because the flap T is made with the front of the tongue. So it goes up, but rather than flapping it down, I do something with the back. I bring the back of the tongue down and back a little bit for that dark L. A little bit. It's tricky, and you might want to just work on that sound by imitating it. And I know that we do have that in the soundboards. I believe in the consonants course, it's either the T chapter or the L chapter. We have a soundboard with this sequence, flap T, dark L, a little bit.
It's a little bit terrible.
Now we have ending T, beginning T. You can think of it as a stop T, true T, or a dropped T, true T, little bit terrible. But we stop the air once and we release it once. Bit tear. And that's the true T sound.
It's a little bit terrible. It's a little bit terrible. It's a little bit terrible for him.
He says that that's his new normal.
He says that that's his new normal. A couple stressed syllables there. He says that that's his new normal.
He says that that's his new normal. He says that that's his new normal. He says that that's his new normal.
He says, again, it looks like it should be says, but it's as in bed. He says. Now I love this. We have the same word twice in a row. Once it's contracted, for that is. But we have that. And the first one is reduced. That he says that. So we have the schwa, and then that T is a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. He says that. He says that.
He says that. He says that. He says that that's his new normal.
He says that that's. So we have that's. The second time the vowel is not reduced. It is the a as in bat vowel.
He says that that's. He says that that's. He says that that's.
He says that that's. So it looks like same word, same pronunciation, but no. One of them is functioning as a function word, and the other one is being stressed. That's.
He says that that's. He says that that's. He says that that's his new normal.
He says that that's his. I'm dropping the H in his. Now we're watching a tennis match here, and you can hear that racket hitting the ball. I hope that doesn't mess you up too much when you're working with the soundboard here. That's his. That's his.
So that's his. So that's his. So that's his new normal.
New normal. Those two up-down swells of the intonation, those are our two stressed syllables. New normal.
New normal. New normal. New normal.
Normal. We just talked about how R changes the E as in bed. It also changes aw as in law. So the first syllable of normal would be written with these sounds, the aw as in law vowel. This is very much so changed by the R consonant. So it's not law, naw, normal, but it's no, o. Lips round more, tongue shifts back a little bit more, maybe even up a little bit, getting in towards that R. No, o, or, nor. This is in quarter, normal, horse, o. Changed aw vowel.
Normal. Normal. Normal.
And we end with schwa, L, dark L. Do not lift your tongue tip for that. Normal, o. I'm just making that with the tongue tip down, pressing the back of the tongue down and back a little bit. O. Normal.
Normal. Normal. Normal.
Maybe. First syllable stress, we're sort of giggling. It's just the pits getting older, guys. My dad, at this point, he was probably 73, 74. For a while, he kept getting better at golf, and now he's starting to get worse.
Maybe. It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
So then we both make a comment starting with that's. That's unfortunate, and that's too bad.
It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
So David does the reduction where he just uses the TS sound and links it into the next word. The TH and the A vowel totally dropped. It's unfortunate. We do this quite a bit. TS can mean it's. It can mean let's. Like if I was to say, let's go. That would be let's go. And that's. It can also mean what's. Like if I was going to say, what's up? What's up? So all of these can be reduced to just the TS sound. And that's what he's doing. It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Sun. So it's linking right into the vowel. It's unfortunate. Stress on the second syllable. It's unfortunate. Stop T. It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
And then I don't really reduce it. That's. It's not super stressed or anything, but I'm not really changing or dropping any of the sounds. That's. I definitely do reduce this to just TS sometimes, but I'm not here. That's too bad. TOO never reduces. It's always a true T, and the oo vowel, too. That's too bad.
That's too bad. That's too bad. That's too bad.
And that is my stress word. Everything leads up to it. That's too bad. And then falls away from it. Bad. The ending D there, not bad. Not released, but I do make the sound with the vocal cords. Bad.
That's too bad. That's too bad. That's too bad.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
What'd you do today?
Stony slept in, and that was a miracle.
And you beat my dad at golf. Has that happened before?
Probably not.
Dad says he's just gotten terrible.
Today he was a little bit terrible for him.
He says that that's his new normal.
Maybe. It's unfortunate.
That's too bad.
Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people?
Oh, it's not random. You know, it was your flash. That's what set him off. Hey.
Well,
How's he doing?
it's much better.
I imagine that I owe you all an apology.
Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
Okay, so there's a little bit of a cymbal crash, a little bit of leftover music or sound effect as he begins speaking. But he says the word seizures, and then there's a little bit of a lift.
Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
Seizures create anxiety. So I would maybe separate that into its own little thought group. What's the stressed syllable in the word seizures?
Seizures create anxiety. Seizures create anxiety. Seizures create anxiety.
Seizures, first syllable stress. Seizures, a little curve up, then a curve down, and the second unstressed syllable just falls into that line. Seizures, zhurs, zhurs, zhurs.
Seizures, seizures, seizures.
That's sort of a tricky word. We have the zh sound, which isn't too common. So first syllable stressed, seizures, zhurs, zhurs. Then the zh sound right into the schwa r sound, zhurs, zhurs. And a super light z at the end. You could even think of that as being a super light s. Seizures, seizures.
Seizures, seizures, seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. What are our stressed syllables here?
Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
We have a few stressed syllables. Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Those are the 4 syllables that are a little bit longer and have more of that up-down shape. The other syllables are flatter, lower in pitch, and said more quickly.
Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression. Create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
So a lot of those other syllables are actually unstressed syllables within the stressed word, like the first syllable, create, in the word create. So even when we're talking about stressed words, we only ever mean the stressed syllable that has that up-down shape. Unstressed syllables in a stressed word are said quickly and more simply. Create. Create
anxiety. Create anxiety. Create anxiety.
Now here we have a T that links the 2 words together. Create anxiety, create an, and that is a flap T to connect. Create anxiety.
Create anxiety. create anxiety, create anxiety.
Another word that's a little tricky that you may not be sure how to pronounce by looking at the letters. So we have A-N, but actually the letter N here makes the NG sound. So we're making that with the back of the tongue. And.
Create anxiety, create anxiety, create anxiety.
Anxiety. The stressed syllable, the letter X makes the Z sound here. Anxiety. And we have the I as in by, diphthong. Anxiety, itty. And then two unstressed syllables. I vowel, flap T, which I write as the D because the flap T sounds like the American D between vowels. And then an ending E sound. Unstressed, and make a quick flap with your tongue there. Itty. Anxiety. Practice that word with me. 4 syllables. Second syllable stress. Anxiety. 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 Create anxiety.
Create anxiety, create anxiety, create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
So then we have 2 more unstressed words, which can, before our stressed word trigger. So how are these 2 words pronounced?
Which can trigger, which can trigger, which can trigger.
Which can. Very fast, low in pitch, flat. Remember, we really need this contrast of this kind of word, which can, against words that have that up-down shape, that stressed syllable like anxiety. So, which can. It's a clean W sound. There's no escape of air, but just which. With the I vowel said very quickly, ending ch sound, which can, goes right into the K sound of can, and you're probably noticing that vowel is reduced. It's the schwa, can.
Which can.
When can is a helping verb, meaning it's not the only verb, it reduces. Can trigger. Trigger is the stressed word, so it becomes can trigger. Trigger is our main verb.
Which can trigger.
The TR cluster can be a CHR and usually is. Here, I think he is making a clean T sound. Trigger. Try that. Trigger. Instead of trigger. Trigger. This word is tough. We have 2 R sounds. If you're having a hard time with the word, practice it slowing down the R. Trigger. Both times. Holding out the R will help you fine-tune the position. Your ear and your mouth can work together to make a sound that's more accurate. Trigger.
Trigger aggression.
Trigger aggression. 2 stressed words in a row, but again, it's only the stressed syllable that has that up-down shape. The other syllables said simply, quickly, unstressed. So we have the ending schwa R sound, the schwa beginning the word aggression. Trigger. Aggression.
Trigger aggression.
Trigger aggression. So make sure that you really feel that change in intonation, that up-down shape on your stressed syllables. Aggression. Here, the double S is making the SH sound. Schwa, N is the ending. Shin.
Aggression.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people?
Okay, she's feeling like aggression is one thing, but randomly attacking is another thing. And can seizures really cause that? So in this thought group, what are her stressed words?
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people? Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people? Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people?
A little bit of length on yeah. A little bit more height. Yeah, but like much flatter, lower in pitch. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people, Rand and tack are most stressed syllables there. Even though other people could both be content words, they're not said with stress, I would say. They sound flatter, less energy.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people.
Listen to just other people. Listen to how quietly they're said.
Other people, other people, other people.
They're at the end of the sentence. She's lost her vocal energy. She's not stressing these words. The words that are most important are randomly and attacking.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people. 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 Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people.
As you imitate with the audio that goes with this video lesson, make sure that you're really paying attention to things like volume as well. One thing that I work with my students on sometimes is taking the energy and volume out of the voice towards the end of a thought group. That really helps bring an American feeling to what they're saying.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people.
Let's talk about a few other things. We have a stop T and but. Yeah, but. Because the next word begins with a consonant, the L consonant. Then we also have a stop consonant, the K sound, and it's not released. She doesn't say like randomly, like. We do not hear that release. That's also a stop, like randomly, like. The back of her tongue probably goes up into position for the K very quickly. Rather than releasing the air and going into the R, she just goes right to the R, like randomly. So we don't hear that little escape of air. It's common to do this with stop consonants to drop the release when the next word begins with a consonant. But like randomly.
Yeah, but like randomly. Yeah, but like randomly. Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people.
Okay, let's talk about our two stressed words here, randomly attacking. So first of all, I want to say in the stressed syllable ran, we have the a vowel followed by n. Ran. We don't say it like that. We put an sound in between, even though you won't see that in the dictionary. Ran. That's what happens because the back of the tongue relaxes before the front of the tongue lifts. So we get a sound in there. Ran. So not ran. Not pure a. Ran. Randomly. Now the D sound, a little hard to detect here. It's followed by schwa M, random. And I don't think she really lifts her tongue and brings it back down for a D sound randomly. Dum. You want to go right into an M sound from that D. Try to make that as fast of a transition as possible. And because it's schwa M, we don't need to try to make a vowel here. We have 4 consonants that take over the schwa. R-L, M-N. And that means they're called syllabic consonants. That means you don't try to make a vowel. They overtake the schwa. Whenever you see schwa M, just think M. Random, dum. Randomly.
Randomly attacking other people.
Attacking. Listen to how unstressed the first and last syllables are.
Attacking.
Tack. Ing. Really focus on that as you practice this word. Actually, just practice it right now. Break it up. Tack. Ing. Attacking. Here the T is a true T because it begins a stressed syllable. And a T that begins a true syllable is always a true T. Unless it's part of the TR cluster, then you might make it a CH. Attacking. Make sure that first syllable is a schwa. Attacking.
attacking other people.
And again, we've already discussed it, but just make sure that this is low in volume. Simplify your mouth movements. These words are unstressed.
Attacking other people. Attacking other people. Attacking other people.
Other people, other people. And the pitch goes up a little bit at the end. It's a yes/no question.
Attacking other people. Attacking other people. Attacking other people.
Oh, it's not random.
Okay, then we have the word just a little filler word as he's thinking, and then a 3-word thought group. Talk to me about the stress here. How do you feel the stress goes? Repeat it, feel it, and find the most stressed syllable.
Oh, it's not random. Oh, it's not random. Oh, it's not random.
It's not random. I think not is the most stressed word there. Not random. So here she's saying randomly, and he's saying it's not random, not contradicting that. So that's going to have the most stress. It's not random. Stop T after not because the next word begins with a consonant. Not random. And remember, just like with randomly, try not to make a vowel here. Random. Dum, dum, dum. Random.
Random. Random. Random. You know, it was your...
Okay, so the way that I've written it with the commas, which makes sense grammatically, is not actually how he broke it up with his thought groups. He put a little break after your.
You know, it was your... You know, it was your... You know, it was your...
You know, it was your... You know it was your... So no, the most stressed word in that thought group, and actually you is reduced. It's y with the schwa, not the u vowel, but y. You know. We say the word you this way a lot in the phrase you know. It becomes you know. You know. The word your also reduces your. Not your, but your.
You know, it was your... You know, it was your... You know, it was your...
Z sound in was, Y sound in your or your. They sound together a little bit like the zh. It was your, was zh. But I probably wouldn't tell my students to practice it this way. In that case, it would probably end up sounding too heavy. Was your. I would still concentrate on making a light Z sound connecting to the Y. Was your.
It was your... It was your... It was
your stop T and it was. I would write that with the schwa was instead of was. Less jaw drop, different kind of vowel. Was. It was your.
It was your... It was your... It was your flash.
Flash. Then he puts another break here. So the word flash is its own little thought group here. It's a single syllable, and it is stressed, has that up-down shape. Flash. By putting that stop before and separating it into its own thought group, we bring more emphasis to that word.
Flash. 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 That's what set him off.
Okay, now in the rest of the thought here, the last thought group, what is our stressed word?
That's what set him off. That's what set him off. That's what set him off.
I would say our stressed words are, that's what set him off. What has a little bit of length too? But that's and off are our most stressed, highest pitch, up, down shape.
That's what set him off. That's what set him off. That's what set him off.
What set him? What set him? What set him? A little bit lower in pitch, a little bit flatter. What set him? What set him? Stop T in what, because the next word begins with a consonant. Now you may think stop T in set because the next word begins with a consonant, but actually he dropped the H sound. That's a really common reduction. So now the word him begins with a vowel. It's im. So the T does come between two vowels. He does use it to link, and it's a flap T. Set him.
That's what set him off. That's what set him off. That's what set him off.
Set him off. Set him off. So two words that are flatter, lower in pitch, unstressed, compared to off. Set him off. Set him off. Set him off.
Set him off. Set him off. Set him off. Hey.
Well.
Hey, hey. Okay, so compared to set him off, which is lower in pitch, hey, hey, is a lot higher in pitch, isn't it? It's more friendly. He's greeting the person who had an issue. Bringing the pitch up, friendly tone. That's a lot different than hey, hey, hey. More upbeat, more positive sounding.
Hey. Hey. Hey.
Well.
Well, well. Single word in a thought group, up, down shape. Well, well. The L isn't too clear. That's a dark L. She did not lift her tongue tip for that. Well, oh. That dark sound at the end, the dark L, is made with the back of the tongue. Tongue tip stays down. If you bring your tongue tip up, you're making too much of this L. Well, well. Try that, practice it, tongue tip down.
Hey.
Well.
Hey.
Well.
Hey.
Well.
The back of the tongue, pushes down and back a little bit. That's how we get the dark sound.
Hey.
Well.
Hey.
Well.
Hey.
Well.
How's he doing?
Okay, now he speaks quietly and the door is opening, so it's a little bit harder to hear what's going on. But listen to it again and tell me what you think the stressed words are.
How's he doing? How's he doing? How's he doing?
How's he doing? How's and do, the most stressed syllables there. How's he doing? How's he? What's happening in the word he? How's he? The H is dropped. So then it's just the E vowel, ending Z sound links right into the E. How's he?
How's he doing? How's he doing? How's he doing?
And it's a little hard to tell because the end of the word is really covered by the door, but I think he is dropping the NG sound and making just an N sound. Doing.
How's he doing? How's he doing? How's he doing?
It's much better.
And she responds 3 words, stress on the middle syllable. He's much better. Smoothly linked together. The H here isn't dropped, but it's pretty light, so keep that in mind. He's much better.
It's much better. It's much better. It's much better.
He's much better. And also keep in mind that much is the peak of stress, and the word he's leads up to that peak, and the word better falls away from that peak. So it's all smoothly connected. And what are you hearing for the T's in this word?
It's much better. It's much better. It's much better.
Flap T. Double T, a single flap T. Because the T sound comes between 2 vowels. Now here we have schwa R. Remember, R is a syllabic consonant, so you don't need to try to make a vowel sound. It's just er. But even though the R takes over the vowel, in IPA it is written schwa R, you do make a flap T. You do count that as a vowel when you're thinking about, is this a flap T or not? T does come between vowels, even though in practice the R absorbs the vowel. Is that confusing enough for you? Better. The thing with these rules is it can be useful to know them, but what's ultimately the most useful is to listen to how native speakers do it and really imitate that.
It's much better. It's much better. It's much better.
I imagine that I
longer, more stressed. I imagine that I. Now, the unstressed syllable at the end does continue to go up, I think. I imagine that I, and then it comes back down, but the length is definitely on the stressed syllable ma with the a vowel. I imagine that I.
I imagine that I imagine that I
make sure you link I, the I diphthong, with the vowel I, smoothly. Sometimes when it comes to linking a vowel or diphthong to another vowel or diphthong, students don't feel comfortable with that. It feels too sloppy, too connected, and they want to restart the voice, I imagine. But don't do that. Really try to link those together. I imagine.
I imagine that. I imagine that. I imagine that I.
What's happening with that and I? Can you hear that?
That I. That I. That I.
That I. Definitely a flap T linking those two words. Also, the vowel a, that, is reduced. It's a schwa, that I. So the word that becomes the. Schwa flap. That I.
That I. That I. That I. Owe you all an apology.
Okay, let's just listen to this final thought group a couple times on a loop. Listen to the music of it.
Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology.
The more I listen to something like this, the more I hear the music, the more I just think life is an opera. We sing everything we say. Owe you all an apology. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. You could dance to that, couldn't you? Da 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 da.
Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology.
I love exploring that, and that really helps us find the stress. Oh, you all an apology. When we listen on a loop, I think it really makes the stress super obvious. Oh, and Paul are two stressed, longer, up-down shape syllables there.
Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology.
Owe you all an apology. Oh, you all in a. Then these four syllables here, you, all, un, and the first unstressed syllable of the stressed word apology, flatter in pitch, you all in a, and all really linked together, very smooth. Oh, you all in a, oh, you all in a, oh, you all in a, you all in a, you all in a. Can you do that? Just imitate those four syllables. You all in a, you all in a.
You all in a. You all in a. You all in a.
You all in a. Now the word all ends in a dark L, and you generally don't need to lift your tongue tip for a dark L. However, when it links into a word that begins with a vowel, like here we have the schwa in the word un, then I think it is useful to lift the tongue tip. You all in a. You all in a, you all in a. It helps define the dark L moving into a word that begins with a vowel or diphthong. So you can lift your tongue tip here.
You all in a. You all in a. You all in a.
If it was the end of the thought group or it linked into a word that began with a consonant, I probably wouldn't lift the tongue tip. I owe you all. I really owe you all. Owe you all. Owe you all. There, I'm making a dark sound, light, subtle at the end, but I'm not lifting my tongue tip. But because we're linking into a word that begins with a vowel, go ahead and lift the tongue tip there. You all in a, you all in a, you all an apology.
Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology. Owe you all an apology.
The L in apology is a dark L because it comes after the vowel in the syllable. But again, it's followed by another vowel here, another vowel sound, so I would lift the tongue tip. Apology. Apology.
Apology. Apology. Apology.
I love that. I love listening to the music of the speech. This was a great little snippet of conversation, just 15 seconds, but so much to study. Flap T's, linking, difficult words, breaking them down by syllables. The music of speech. Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Seizures create anxiety, which can trigger aggression.
Yeah, but like randomly attacking other people?
Oh, it's not random. You know, it was your flash. That's what set him off.
Hey. Well,
How's he doing?
he's much better.
I imagine that I Owe you all an apology?
Hey. I'm sorry.
I just saw Meredith. Jackson left without talking to you? You just left?
I wish I could blame this on him, but I told Link about you before I even knew.
Jackson left?
I was really kind of awful to Owen. I was very awful to Owen.
Jackson left.
I'm sorry.
I am sorry. She uses the contraction I'm, which would be written in IPA with the I diphthong. I'm. But she doesn't really say I, does she? It's more like I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I've definitely noticed this before. In the I am contraction, people will take just the M sound and link it on to the next word. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Try that.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
So it's a short little two-word thought group, and the stressed syllable is sar. Sorry. And then the voice falls in pitch as it comes off of that stressed syllable. There are no skips or jumps. Everything is smoothly connected. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The ending unstressed syllable, just a really quick E as in she vowel. E, 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 E. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I just saw Meredith.
Okay, then we have a little four-word thought group. I just saw Meredith. What are the stressed syllables there?
I just saw Meredith. I just saw Meredith. I just saw Meredith.
I just saw Meredith. Just and mere are the most stressed syllables there. Now, saw is a verb, and that's a content word. Those are sometimes stressed. But in a sentence with multiple content words, they're not all going to have the same stress. And I would say saw, even though it's not reduced or anything like that, it is lower in pitch compared to the other stressed syllables. I just saw Meredith. All linked together, smooth pitch changes, no skips, no breaks. What about this T? How does she pronounce that?
I just saw Meredith. I just saw Meredith. I just saw Meredith.
She drops it. It's common to drop the T between two consonants. So here it comes between S and S. And so actually these two words link together with just a single S sound. Just saw. Just saw. Just saw.
I just saw Meredith. I just saw Meredith.
Meredith. Meredith. Make sure your tongue is not flapping for the R in Meredith or sorry. The tongue never flaps for the R in American English, so it does not bounce against the roof of your mouth. It should be pulled back a little bit. The tip is pulled back a little bit within the mouth. It's not touching anything. Sorry. Meredith. And then the two unstressed syllables are lower in pitch. Idith, idith, idith. And they have a different feeling, a different shape than mare, which has that up-down shape. Now, this does end in an unvoiced TH sound. Tongue tip does come through the teeth for that. Meredith. That can be a tricky sound for some people.
A Meredith. A Meredith. A Meredith. Jackson left without talking to you?
Stressed syllables, the stressed syllable of the name. Jackson left without talking to you? And the pitch goes up at the end because it's a yes-no question. And that is usually how we deal with the intonation with a yes-no question. It's how we show it's a yes-no question. Jackson left without talking to you? It's different than Jackson left without talking to you. Pitch goes down, that's a statement. Here, pitch goes up, it's a question.
Jackson left without talking to you? Jackson left without talking to you? Jackson left without talking to you?
The letter O here is the schwa sin, Jackson, Jackson, sin, sin, sin. So you'll say that quickly with no jaw drop. Don't try to make a vowel there. Just S into N sound, sin. The schwa will happen on its own. Schwa gets absorbed by the N. Now what about this T? I said we usually drop a T when it comes between two consonants. Here's the F consonant and here's the W consonant. How does she pronounce that?
Jackson left without. Jackson left without. Jackson left without.
She does release it with a very light true T. So even these rules, we usually do this. They're not always. There's always some exception that someone will make. So she articulates that T.
Jackson left without. Jackson left without. Jackson left without talking to you?
Ta, without ta. We have a word that ends in a T, the next word begins in a T. In these cases, we link with a single T. And it is the true T. This T starts a stressed syllable. And whenever a T starts a stressed syllable that's not part of the TR cluster, it is a true T.
Without talking to you? Without talking to you? Without talking to you?
Without talking, without talking. Now, are you noticing what's happening here? It's not talking with the NG consonant. She drops the NG consonant and instead makes it an N consonant. Talking. Talking, talking. Talking to you?
Talking to you? Talking to you? Talking to you?
Talking to. So she says talking, but then what does she do with to? How is this word pronounced? Fully pronounced, it would have the true T and the oo vowel. What do you hear?
Talking to you? Talking to you? Talking to you?
Talkin'. Talkin'. It's actually reduced to just the schwa sound. So sometimes we'll make it a true T, t, and then the schwa. We do that when the sound before is unvoiced. Sometimes we make it a flap T, talkin' da, 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 da. The tongue bounces against the roof of the mouth. And I have noticed sometimes when it comes after an N, the T sound is dropped altogether and it becomes just a schwa that links the words together. So she goes straight from the N sound into the schwa and then right into the U diphthong. Talking to you, talking to you. Reductions like this, reductions and linking, it's just everywhere in spoken American English, practically every sentence.
Talking to you? Talking to you? Talking to you? You just left?
You just left? You just left? What do you think is the stressed syllable in that thought group?
You just left? You just left? You just left?
He just, flatter in pitch. Left? That's where we get more energy in the voice. And it does go up again because, again, it's a yes-no question. That makes it different from a statement. He just left. He just left? He and just, unclear, lower in pitch, lower in volume. And what happens to this T?
You just left? You just left? You just left?
It's totally dropped. Comes between two consonants. The S sound links right into the L sound. He just. See how simply you can make that. You don't want to use a lot of mouth movement because they're unstressed words. We want to say them quickly, so we simplify things. He just.
You just left? You just left? You just left?
He just left? And then we do have a very light release of a true T here. We often release a true T when it's in a cluster. Here it's in the FT cluster, unless it links into another word. Here it's the end of a thought group. So that will generally be released with a light T sound.
Left? Left? Left?
I wish I could blame this on him, but I told Link about you before I even knew.
That's a long thought group. There's a little bit of a lift here, maybe between where I put the comma for grammatical purposes, but it's a lot of words. Let's look at the first chunk. What do you think are the stressed syllables there?
I wish I could blame this on him. I wish I could blame this on him. I wish I could blame this on him.
I wish I could blame this on him. And the pitch going up signals I'm not done talking. There's more I'd like to say. Remember, these stressed syllables, these longer syllables, are our anchors in the sentence. And we need those clearer stressed syllables in contrast to the unstressed syllables that are said much more quickly, much more simply.
I wish I could blame this on him. I wish I could blame this on him. I wish I could blame this on him.
So I is lower in vocal energy, lower in pitch. I wish. I wish I could. These words also unstressed, lower in pitch, lower in energy.
I wish I could blame this on him.
This and on, also unstressed, less clear. This TH is really unclear. It's voiced, and the voiced TH in an unstressed word can be made without the tongue tip coming through. Blame this. It just touches behind the bottom, or actually both the bottom and top teeth in the front. This. It doesn't have to come all the way through. But I almost feel like she drops it. That's how unclear it is. Blame this on him. Blame this. So you could try it with a very, very light TH, or you could try it dropping it and linking it in and see how that sounds.
Blame this on him. Blame this on him. Blame this on him.
On him. We sometimes drop the H in him. She doesn't. The S goes right into the aw vowel, on him, and then the N goes right into the H. Everything's smoothly linked together.
On him, but I told Link about you before I even knew.
But I told Link about you before I even knew. I think those are the most stressed syllables in the second half of this thought group. Everything linked together so smoothly, but I. The T becomes a flap T between two vowels or vowels and diphthongs, and that's what happens here. We have the vowel, the I diphthong, that's a flap T, and it links the word smoothly, but I. Here it's beginning, the T is beginning a stressed syllable, so it's a true T. But I told. Right from the I diphthong into the T sound, no break.
But I told Link about you before I even knew.
So we have LDL. I don't know that I would say she drops the D, but it's very, very subtle. And I think you could drop the D. I told Link. I think you could probably get away with that.
Told Link about you before I even knew.
Link about. Ending K links right onto the next sound, the schwa, linka, link about. About you, stop T, about you. So a little lift there to signify the stop, the break in sound signifies the stop T. Now, another common way to pronounce a word that ends in T followed by you is a CH. About you. Have you ever heard that? She doesn't do that. She makes a quick stop T, about you. About you
before I even knew.
Before I even knew. A little bit of length also on the stressed syllable of before. Before I smoothly link together. I even. Now, sometimes when we have a word that ends in a vowel or diphthong, here it's the I diphthong, and a word that begins in a vowel or diphthong, here it's the E vowel, people want to put a little break there, restart their voice, because they feel like linking two vowel sounds is too unclear, but we wouldn't do that. We would say I even.
Before I even.
Listen to how she links I and even.
Before I even.
Really smooth. And then here we have ending N sound, even new. Beginning N sound linked together with a single sound. So I just really want to stress how smooth everything is before I even knew.
Before I even knew. Before I even knew. Before I even knew.
Jackson left.
And she asks her question again. Jackson left. And it goes up because, again, she's asking it as a yes-no question. Jackson left. And a very light release of a true T there.
Jackson left. Jackson left. Jackson left.
I was really kind of awful to Owen. I was really...
Again, a longer thought group starts really quietly. And I was...
I was really kind of awful to Owen.
Then we have a little bit more volume on really, which is more stressed here. And I was really... And I was all unstressed, very soft. The word and gets pronounced just as schwa en, and I, links right into the I diphthong, links right into the word was, which was actually pronounced was. Very fast, reduced with the schwa. Let's practice just those three words together. And I was. So if you're trying to fully pronounce everything and say, and I was, it's going to sound really different, isn't it? And I was. That makes the anchor of the stress a little bit more clear.
I was really kind of awful to Owen.
Really kind of awful to Owen. And again, pitch goes up. She's not done talking. She keeps right on going.
Really kind of awful to Owen. Really kind of awful to Owen. Really kind of awful to Owen. I was really. Again, big time was reduction. Was. I was really. Kind of. How does she pronounce that? She drops the D sound. Kinda. And she changes the whole word of to just the schwa. Kinda. It would not be weird to make the D sound. Kinda. I think that's actually more common to pronounce the D and then link it into the schwa. But it's unstressed, it's low in pitch, it's got less energy, and she does drop that D. Kinda. Kind of awful to Owen.
What about the word to here? She does make that a true T and then a schwa. She could have made it a flap T, awful to, but she makes it a light true T, awful to.
Awful to Owen. Awful to Owen. I was very awful to Owen.
Now, I was very awful to Owen. Ver and O get the most stress. Awful gets some too. Another was reduction. It's not was, but it's was. Said very quickly. I was.
I was very awful to Owen.
Actually, you know what? I don't even hear the word I. I wrote it when I was originally typing this up. I thought I heard it, but it might just be that I thought that because I knew it was there grammatically. But now when I'm hearing it, when I'm listening and really listening for that I don't hear it.
It's very awful.
Maybe just the quietest, lowest in pitch little vowel before was. What about to?
It's very awful to Owen.
Again, super light true T and then a schwa. Awful to Owen. And again, there's no break. Everything, every word glides smoothly into the next word within this thought group.
Awful to Owen.
Jackson left.
Okay, now what's different about this?
Jackson left. Jackson left. Jackson left.
Jackson left. Now it's a statement because the pitch goes down. So the first 2 times she said it as a question, Jackson left. And now she says it as a statement, Jackson left. She wants this woman to acknowledge what that means. Jackson left.
Jackson left. Jackson left. Jackson left.
And again, a very light release of a true T. So much to study in this short scene.
Jackson left. Jackson left. Jackson left.
Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
I'm sorry.
I just saw Meredith. Jackson left without talking to you? You just left?
I wish I could blame this on him, but I told Link about you before I even knew.
Jackson left?
I was really kind of awful to Owen. I was very awful to Owen.
Jackson left.
Hey, how'd the interview go?
Oh, blew it. I wouldn't have even hired me.
Come here, sweetie. Listen, you're gonna go on like 1,000 interviews before you get a job. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
This is just the worst Christmas ever.
You know what, Rach? Maybe you should just, stay here at the coffee house.
I can't. It's too late. Terry already hired that girl over there. Look at her. She's even got waitress experience. Ugh.
Hey, how'd the interview go?
Chandler starts out up, down, shape of stress. Hey, 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 how'd the interview go?
Hey, how'd the interview go? Hey, how'd the interview go? Hey, how'd the interview go?
His H is not very clear or loud here. Hey, how'd the interview go?
Hey, how'd the interview go? Hey, how'd the interview go? Hey, how'd the interview go?
How'd the interview go? The stressed syllable of interview is the most stressed syllable in that whole thought group. And the first 2 words lead up to that peak. How'd the interview go? And the last 3 syllables come away from that peak. Now, are you noticing how that T is pronounced? Interview. It's totally dropped. It's fairly common to drop the T when it comes after N, like in interview, internet, international.
How'd the interview go? How'd the interview go? How'd the interview go?
The apostrophe D here is the word did. We can also do would. How do you do that? How would you do that? But in this case, it's did, how'd. Just a D sound at the end. How'd the. Now we don't release the D. We have the ow diphthong, ow, and then D voiced TH. How'd the. So the D is subtle. The tongue is in position. The vocal cords make the noise, but then the transition goes quickly into the voiced TH. Howdy. And Chandler does say the E as in she vowel for the word the instead of the. That's because the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong, and that is the rule. If the next word begins with a vowel or diphthong, the final sound of this word is the E as in she vowel. However, I have noticed Americans don't follow that rule very closely. But Chandler does here. The interview.
How'd the interview go? How'd the interview go? How'd the interview go?
Blew it.
Ugh. Just a sound of exasperation. Ugh. But even that has an up-down shape. Ugh.
Blew it.
I is really hard to hear, almost imperceptible. I blew it. I know it's there grammatically, but we really barely hear it. Blew. I blew it. Blew is the stressed syllable there.
Blew it. Blew it. Blew it.
I blew it. Blew it. She does release a true T here, and the 2 words link together very smoothly. If you blow something, that means you do a poor job at it. You can blow an interview, you can blow a test, you can blow a project, you can blow a first impression. Ugh, I blew it. It did not go well.
Blew it. Blew it. Blew it. I wouldn't have even hired me.
Okay, in her next sentence, what are our most stressed words?
I wouldn't have even hired me. I wouldn't have even hired me. I wouldn't have even hired me.
I wouldn't have even hired me. I has a lot of stress there. That's a little unusual. I wouldn't have even hired me. Hi, and a little bit on me too. So usually we don't stress I, but for the meaning in this sentence, she is, I wouldn't have even hired me.
I wouldn't have even hired me. I wouldn't have even hired me. I wouldn't have even hired me.
Let's listen to just those three words, wouldn't have even.
Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even.
Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even. A little bit hard to tell that that's wouldn't have even if you hear just that. So wouldn't have becomes wouldn't have, wouldn't have, wouldn't have, wouldn't have.
Wouldn't have. Wouldn't have. Wouldn't have even.
Wouldn't have even becomes wouldn't have even. So the T, I listened to it a bunch of times to decide, did I think it was totally dropped or did I think it's a little bit of a stop T? I think you could do either. You could do a really light stop T or you could just drop it. Wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even. The H is dropped. The word have is reduced to schwa V. Wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even, wouldn't have even.
Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even. Wouldn't have even.
These kinds of simplifications are key in American English. They provide contrast to the stressed syllables, the stressed words, like the word hired.
Wouldn't have even hired me. Wouldn't have even hired me. Wouldn't have even hired me.
The ED ending in hired is a D sound because the sound before was voiced. It was the R consonant. Hired me. So we have the R sound, the D sound, and the M sound. The D is very subtle. I actually don't think I really hear it. I feel like it's more dropped. Hired me, hired me, hired me.
Hired me. Hired me. Hired me.
If anything, it's just a very subtle D sound in the vocal cords, just like up here, the D sound before the voiced TH. So it's not a clear D. It's not hired me, but it's hired me, hired me. If anything, it's just a very quick, subtle D sound, not released. Just the vocal cords vibrating with the tongue in the position.
Hired me. Hired me. Hired me.
Oh, oh. His voice sort of has a nasal quality to it here, I'm just noticing. Oh, oh. A little bit of sympathy. Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oh. Come here, sweetie.
What is our stress in this three-word thought group?
Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie.
Come here, sweetie. Come here becomes come here. Come here, come here. The word come reduced, I would write that K schwa M. And actually M takes over the schwa. It's a syllabic consonant. So it's really just like KM. Come here, come here. The H is dropped. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie.
Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie.
And stress on that. Come here, sweetie. Sweetie with a flap T because the T comes between two vowels. Sweetie. Come here, sweetie. So it's not come here, it's come here. That's a very common way to pronounce those two words together. Come here. Come here, sweetie.
Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie. Come here, sweetie. Listen.
Listen. First syllable stress, we have that up-down shape. Listen. And the second syllable just comes in on the way down. The T in listen is silent. That's just the pronunciation. It's not something Americans do. It's the actual official pronunciation. Up here, the actual official pronunciation of here is with the H, but every once in a while we drop it like in this phrase. But in this word, it's just not ever pronounced. Listen.
Listen. Listen. Listen. You're going to go on like...
Okay, so he puts a little break here. So in this thought group, what do you hear as being the most stressed syllable?
You're going to go on like... You're going to go on like... You're going to go on like...
You're gonna go on like. You're gonna go. I hear go, the verb, as the most stressed. You are going to becomes you're gonna. You are your becomes your. Just a Y sound and an R sound. You don't need to try to make the schwa. R is also a syllabic consonant. It overpowers the schwa. Your. Going to becomes gonna. So you are going to is you're gonna. You're gonna go. You're gonna go.
You're gonna go on like.
On and like, just falling in pitch away from the peak of stress at go. Go on like. Go on like
1,000 interviews before you get a job.
Okay, and in this next thought group, what is the most stressed syllable?
1,000 interviews before you get a job. 1,000 interviews before you get a job. 1,000 interviews before you get a job.
1,000. I think thou has the most stress. 1,000 interviews before, a little bit of stress here as well, before you get a job. But I think the most stress is on 1,000. So that word begins with an unvoiced TH. You do need to bring your tongue tip through the teeth for that. 1,000.
1,000.
And the letter A here, just a schwa. 1,000. Oops, I just realized there's a typo here, isn't there? There's an A in that word. 1,000.
1,000 interviews.
Interviews. Again, he drops the T. It's a very normal and natural pronunciation. Interviews. It's so weird. I have never noticed this about Ross before. And yes, I've seen this show, but his R in interviews and before is a little weak, which is a little bit of a New York accent. Interviews before you get a job. I definitely recommend you stick with a standard American accent, which does have a bit of a stronger R sound in those words. Interviews before you get a job.
Interviews before you get a job. Interviews before you get a job. Interviews before you get a job.
Before you get a job. Before you get a job. You can really feel that stress. Before you get a job. Da 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 da. It starts to feel like music a little bit when you study the stress. Before you get a job. You get a all lower in pitch, flatter. Again, the letter A is just a quick schwa linking the words together. The T in get is a flap T. It comes between two vowels. It links those words together. You get a job.
You get a job. You get a job. You get a job. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
So, of course, what he meant was it takes a lot of tries to actually get a job. What it sounded like was she's not going to interview very well and is going to have to do it 1,000 times before she gets a job. So that's what he meant when he said that's not how that was supposed to come out. We say that if we say something and the meaning didn't quite come across right. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
That's not how that was supposed to come out. Come out, a phrasal verb.
That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
That's not how that was. So we have a full A vowel in that's both times. It doesn't reduce. That's not how that was. We have a stop T in this word, that was, it's not released. That would be, that was overpronounced. We don't release our T's very often. This is a stop T because the next word begins with a consonant. The word was is not pronounced was. That's stressed. It was pronounced was. That's unstressed. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
Supposed to. These two words go together pretty frequently, and we don't say supposed to. We say supposed to. Supposed to.
This is supposed to come out.
Listen to just supposed to come.
This is supposed to come. This is supposed to come. This is supposed to come.
Supposed to come, supposed to come, supposed to come. So we lose the first syllable. We lose the vowel, and it's really just an SP, spo, spo. Then we have the O as a no diphthong in the stressed syllable, spo, sta, sta. Then we have S, a true T or a flap T. Honestly, his T sounds weak to me, so I wouldn't write it as a true T. Sposta, sposta. I would say that was more of a flap T D sound, sposta, sposta, sposta. And then a schwa. So supposed to, 3 syllables, becomes 2. Sposta, sposta.
This is supposed to come out.
And a stop T at the end of out because it's at the end of a thought group.
This is supposed to come out. This is supposed to come out. This is supposed to come out.
This is just the worst Christmas ever.
So Phoebe, she's not feeling good about Christmas. I wrote this is, but I actually think it's. It's just it's hard to hear. People are laughing and it's not very stressed. But really, I think I'm just hearing an S sound or a TS sound, which means it would have been it instead of this is. It's just.
This is just the worst. This is just the worst. This is just the worst.
It's just the worst. Just a quick TS sound. We do reduce the word it's this way. We also reduce the word let's this way. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And we reduce the word that's this way. It's okay, for example. That's okay can become it's okay. So we have a few words also what is, what, that can reduce to just the TS sound. It's just the worst.
This is just the worst. This is just the worst. The worst Christmas ever.
What is the stress of this phrase? We know it's is not stressed because it's reduced, it's low in pitch, and it's kind of hard to hear. But what are the stressed syllables? The ones that are the clearest, the easiest to hear?
This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever.
It's just the worst Christmas ever. Worst and ev have the most stressed. Now, let's look at our T's. We have a bunch that are dropped. When a T is part of an ending cluster like the ST cluster and the next word begins with a consonant like it does here with the, that T is dropped. Just the. And that's what she does. Take a listen.
This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever.
Then even in the stressed word worst, it's dropped, because the next word begins with a consonant. So in both of those cases, even though the word just and the word worst, even though those words do have a T sound, the T was dropped because in this case, the T came between 2 consonants. Now in the word Christmas, the T also comes between 2 consonants and it's also dropped. Although I guess I shouldn't say it's dropped because dropped means that it's normally there. And it's actually not normally there. There is no T sound in Christmas, even though there is a letter T, because it comes between 2 consonants. Christmas, Christmas. So we have just the worst Christmas, but all with no T's. Just the worst Christmas ever.
This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever. This is just the worst Christmas ever.
You know what, Rach? Maybe you should just...
You know what, Rach? You know what? Rach, no, definitely the most stressed word of that 3-word thought group. You know what, Rach? The word you, I actually think that was reduced. I think not the oo vowel, but I think it was actually reduced to the schwa. Yeah, you know. You know what? That's a pretty common reduction for the word too. You know. You know what?
You know what? You know what? You know what, Rach? Maybe you should just...
And all of those words link together really smoothly. You know what? Stop T, end of the thought group. Rach. Again, up, down shape. It's a stressed syllable.
You know what, Rach? You know what, Rach? You know what, Rach? Maybe you should just...
Maybe you should just... And then the thought group ends here. There's a little pause. Let's look at these 4 words.
Maybe you should just... Maybe you should just... Maybe you should just.
Maybe you should just. Stress on may and just.
Maybe you should just. Maybe you should just. Maybe you should just.
You should just. Okay, we have a couple reductions here. The word should is pronounced sh. Just sh and a schwa said quickly, linking right into the next sound, which is the J sound of just. So the L is always silent, but the D was also dropped there. I've noticed we do this sometimes when the next word begins with a consonant. You should just, you should just, you should just. Then we also have a dropped T. Now, why? Before we dropped the T in just because it linked into a word that began with a consonant. Here it doesn't. But it's just such a habit to not pronounce the T in just that we don't do it sometimes even when we pause. Maybe you should just, it simply ends in an S sound.
Maybe you should just. Maybe you should just. Maybe you should just,
You know. What's the stress there?
You know. You know. You know.
You know. It's definitely all no, and the word you, again, is reduced just like it was up here in the phrase, you know what? You know. You know.
You know. You know. You know. Stay here at the coffee house.
And in the rest of this sentence, in this thought group, what are the most stressed syllables?
Stay here at the coffee house. Stay here at the coffee house. Stay here at the coffee house.
I'm getting stay, a little bit on here, stay here at the coffee house. So 4 words that are a little bit longer. In the word coffee, the stressed word, it's only the stressed syllable that has that length. The unstressed syllable will still be very short. But at and the are not fully pronounced like that. They are lower in pitch, itta, flat, and the word at reduces. The vowel changes to the schwa. The T is a stop T, itta. Here at the.
Stay here at the. Stay here at the. Stay here at the coffee house.
I can't.
Her voice is really breathy here. She's a little bit, I don't know if desperate is the right word, exasperated, but she's frustrated, and that's what's coming out in her voice. That's what this extra breathiness is doing. I can't.
I can't. I can't. I can't.
Stress on the word can't. She does do a true T release. We often don't do that, so she's really stressing it by making that a true T. I can't.
I can't. I can't. I can't. It's too late.
It's too late. To and late, both stressed. And again, she does a true T release here, where we would often make that a stop T because it's at the end of a sentence. So by making these all true Ts, she's showing her desperation, her frustration. The T in the word TOO is always a true T.
It's too late. It's too late. It's too late. Terry already hired that girl over there.
What's our stress in this sentence?
Terry already hired that girl over there. Terry already hired that girl over there. Terry already hired that girl over there.
Terry, the name, the stressed syllable of Terry. Terry already hired that girl over there. Those are the most stressed syllables. Also, the word Terry also has a true T. We're actually getting some true T practice here because it begins a stressed syllable. Terry already hired.
Terry already hired. Terry already hired. Terry already hired.
Terry already hired. Terry already hired. Already. She's not making an L sound in the word already. And that's pretty common. I don't do that either. Already. Just a really quick vowel. And then the stressed syllable. Already.
Terry already. Terry already. Terry already.
That's an aw as in law vowel. Already. Already hired that girl. Again, the D sound not released. Just a quick vibration in the vocal cords before going on to the next sound. Hired that girl. Stop T in that because the next word begins with a consonant.
Terry already hired that girl. Terry already hired that girl. Terry already hired that girl.
Now, I know girl can be one of the trickiest words. It's got the R vowel, g, and then a dark L, girl. One thing that can help is to use the stress to your advantage. Use the up-down shape. Girl. And use that fall down in the pitch for your dark L. Girl. Girl. Girl over there.
Girl over there. Girl over there. Girl over there.
You do need to make sure you're making a dark sound, otherwise it won't sound right. It's not a light L, it's a dark L because the L comes at the end of the syllable. Girl. Oh. When I make that sound, I don't lift my tongue tip at all. Girl. Now, you will lift it quickly before the O diphthong to differentiate. Girl over, lower. Girl over. But you want the dark sound before you lift your tongue tip. Otherwise, it sounds like girl. And that's not quite American. Girl. Girl over there.
Girl over there. Girl over there. Girl over there.
If you're a Spanish speaker, make sure you're making a V and not a B. V. You can see some of your teeth when you make that sound. If your lips are closed, then it's a B. Try to work on a separate V sound. Over there.
Girl over there. Girl over there. Girl over there.
And she laughs a little bit as she says there. There.
There. There. There. Look at her.
What's our stress in this 3-word thought group?
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
Look at her. Very obvious first word stress. Look at her. And then the unstressed words just come in on the way down for the pitch. Look at her. Now this is a light L because it comes at the beginning of the syllable, or in this case, the word. So you will lift your tongue tip. Look at her. The word at. What do you notice about the pronunciation?
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
It's not at, but it's it. Look at her. It almost sounds like the word it, which has the I as in sit vowel. It's the schwa. Look at her. And I think that the schwa and the I as in sit vowel sound pretty much the same when the I is unstressed and they're said quickly. Look at her. And there is a stop T there. Look at her.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her.
The double O in look is the same vowel as in push or sugar. Don't let the double O fool you. It's not ooh, it's look. Look at her.
Look at her. Look at her. Look at her. She's even got waitress experience.
What's the stress of this last sentence?
She's even got waitress experience. She's even got waitress experience. She's even got waitress experience.
She's even got, little stress on even, she's even got waitress experience. I would say most of the stress is on that first syllable of waitress. She's even got waitress experience.
She's even got waitress experience. She's even got waitress experience. She's even got waitress experience.
The apostrophe S in she's is a Z sound that links right into the next vowel, which is the E vowel. She's even. She's even got. Try that. She's even got.
She's even got waitress experience.
A stop T at the end of got because the next sound is a consonant. Waitress experience.
Waitress experience. Waitress experience. Waitress experience.
Waitress. We have a TR cluster, and it's common for that to become CHR, and that's exactly what happens here. Waitress experience.
Waitress experience. Waitress experience. Waitress experience.
Experience. A 4-syllable word with stress on the second syllable. Experience. Experience. When you have a longer word that feels tricky, focus on the stress. That can help a lot with the pronunciation. It can help you figure out where to simplify. Experience. Experience.
Experience. Experience. Experience.
Oof. Oof. Even that expression has an up-down shape, the shape of stress. Oof. 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 Let's listen to the whole conversation one more time.
Hey, how'd the interview go?
Oh, you blew it. I wouldn't have even hired me.
Come here, sweetie. Listen, you're gonna go on like 1,000 interviews before you get a job. That's not how that was supposed to come out.
This is just the worst Christmas ever.
You know what, Rach? Maybe you should just, stay here at the coffee house.
I can't. It's too late. Terry already hired that girl over there. Look at her. She's even got waitress experience. Ugh.
30-plus years of service. Combat medals. Citations. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Yet you can't get a promotion, you won't retire. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. Yet here you are. Captain. What is that?
It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
The end is inevitable, Maverick. Your kind is headed for extinction.
Maybe so, sir. But not today.
30-plus years of service.
Okay, to start, let's go ahead and write out 30M plus. It would almost always be written this way with the digit and then the plus sign, but as we talk about the sounds, we'll write it out. Now, you probably noticed that the T in 30 is a flap T. This follows the rules in that it comes after an R before a vowel, like in dirty. This is a T that we would flap. So rather than being t, a true T, the tongue simply flaps against the roof of the mouth. 30, da-da-da, 30.
30 plus.
30 plus.
30 plus. 30 plus. 30 plus.
And we have first syllable stress on 30. 30. So stressed, then unstressed, the ending unstressed E sound. 30 plus.
30 plus. 30 plus. 30 plus years of service.
Some stress on plus. Then we also have stress on years and service. So of and vis are both unstressed. 30 plus years of service.
30 plus years of service. 30 plus years of service. 30 plus years of service.
30 plus years of service. So those are our longer syllables with the up-down shape of stress. The other syllables are going to be shorter, but everything links together. We don't want to feel any separation between the words. 30 plus years of service would not be natural sounding American English. We need this contrast, and then we also need the linking. 30 plus years of service. No breaks there.
30 plus years of service. 30 plus years of service. 30 plus years of service. Combat medals.
Okay, now in this little 2-word phrase, you tell me what are the most stressed syllables.
Combat medals. Combat medals. Combat medals.
Combat medals. The most stress probably on combat, the adjective here describing the kind of medal. Combat medals. And then also some stress on the noun. Combat medals. The second syllable of combat is unstressed. It has a stop T, bat, 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 because the next word begins with a consonant. So again, the T is not released. Combat medals. Medals.
Combat medals. Combat medals. Combat medals.
This D can also be a flap, just like 30. Medals, ra, 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 because it comes between 2 vowel sounds. Here it's the as in bed vowel, and then the schwa L combination, medals, medals, medals. Combat medals. The vowel here in the unstressed syllable is a, but we don't want it to be a. That would be stressed. We want it to be a. Combat. Combat medals.
Combat medals. Combat medals. Combat medals. Citations.
Citations. Do you feel how it's that middle syllable that's stressed? Citations. The letter A here is Tay, the A as in say diphthong. That letter A can have several different pronunciations. Here it's A. Citations. The letter C makes the S sound.
Citations. Citations. Citations.
The letter I makes the I diphthong. The letter I. So many of the letters, almost all of the letters in American English can have various different pronunciations, which makes English so hard. You can't necessarily tell the pronunciation by looking at it. Citations. SH, schwa N, and then Z, a weak ending Z sound. Citations.
Citations. Citations. Citations.
The stress is really important in American English. We want to know what's stressed and what's unstressed so that we can feel that we make a peak on that stressed syllable. We definitely don't want all syllables to feel the same. Citations. That would have the right pitch, but not the right rhythm. It's not da, 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 but it's da, da, da. The first one is very short and the last one is very short. Citations. Citations.
Citations. Citations. Citations.
Also, I should point out, this T in tay is a true T because it starts a stressed syllable. So if a T starts a stressed syllable and it's not part of the TR cluster, then it will be a true T. Tay. Citations.
Citations. Citations. Citations. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years.
Okay, now we have a much longer phrase. I want you to listen to it a few times and see what you think is the most stressed word.
Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years.
I hear it as the last word. In the last 40 years. Years. He sort of holds on to the beginning Y consonant a little bit. Years. Draws out the length, and it definitely has that up-down shape. Now, certainly we have other syllables that are stressed in the sentence, but I think this is the most stressed in the phrase.
Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years.
Let's look at our other stressed syllables, and do we have any reductions?
Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years.
Everything links together really smoothly, so let's take it bit by bit.
Only man to shoot down. Only man to shoot down. Only man to shoot down.
Only man to shoot down. So we have stress on O. Only man, not on the word to. That's a preposition, usually not going to be stressed. Shoot and down both have some stress and length. Did you notice that the word to wasn't pronounced to, it was reduced? Manda. Flap T or a D sound and the schwa. Manda. Only Manda.
Only man to shoot down.
I have a friend named Amanda, and we often, as a nickname, as a way to shorten it, call her just Manda. And it sounds just like these two words together, man to. Manda. When you make that a flap T.
Only man to shoot down.
Only man to shoot down.
Only man to shoot down. Only man to shoot down. Only man to shoot down.
So we have two letters T here. The first one is a flap T, or it's sort of like a D sound. And then the second T is a stop T, shoot down, which means we stop the air, but we don't release the T. That would be shoot down. We definitely don't hear that. It's just shoot down. Shoot down.
Shoot down. Shoot down. Shoot down.
Now, a word of caution with the word down. A lot of my students, especially students whose native language is Chinese, but not just those students, have a hard time with the word down. It's the ow diphthong, ow, plus the N consonant. And they kind of mix the N into the diphthong and nasalize it down. We don't want that at all. We want it to be completely unnasal in the diphthong. Dow, 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 And then you can practice it that way, splitting off the N. Make sure you're not going down and mixing the two into a nasal diphthong sound. Down, down. Shoot down.
Shoot down, shoot down, shoot down 3 enemy planes.
Then we have 3 words, and they're all stressed. So we have quite a few words and syllables that are stressed in this sentence. 3 enemy planes. I want to point out that even in a stressed word, if it has more than one syllable, it will have unstressed syllables. So the only syllable stressed here is enemy. Then the rest of the syllables are unstressed and said very quickly. 3 enemy.
3 enemy, 3 enemy, 3 enemy.
Now we have a vowel to vowel link here. We have the E vowel in 3 and the E vowel in enemy. Some students feel like they need to split that up a little bit to make it clear the change between words. You don't need to do that in English, and we don't want you to do that. We want it to glide together smoothly. 3 enemy, 3 enemy. If you have a hard time linking them together, it can help to think of, in this particular case, with this particular link, a Y consonant. So you could think of the word as being yenemy, 3 enemy, 3 enemy, 3 enemy. If you link it together, that might help you smooth it out. You don't want to make a very big, heavy Y, but a little light Y glide consonant to link those 2 words together might help you make a smooth transition.
3 enemy, 3 enemy, 3 enemy.
Let's talk a little bit about the consonant cluster here. It's TH unvoiced and the R consonant thir. His TH almost has like a T quality in it, I think, when I listen to it on repeat, but it's definitely not tree. That's something that a lot of non-native speakers do. They substitute in TR instead of THR, and then it sounds like tree, like, oh, a tree. But we don't want to be saying tree. We want to be saying 3. So let your tongue tip come lightly through your teeth. Don't build up the air. Don't put pressure there. Don't bite on the tongue at all. That will make it sound more like a T. We want the easy passage of air. 3 enemy planes.
3 enemy planes, 3 enemy planes, 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years.
In the last 40 years. So in and the both said so incredibly quickly. Let's just listen to in the last.
In last.
I actually think it sounds like the TH is dropped in a. It's just I as in sit, N linking right into the schwa. In a. You can only do this if you do it very, very quickly. It's low in pitch. It's low in volume. Try that. In a. You should be able to do it without moving your jaw at all. Your lips, your face should be totally relaxed. The only thing moving is the tongue inside the mouth. You want to take away all the extra movement that you don't need so that you can say this as quickly as you need to. In the last 40 years.
In the last 40 years. In the last 40 years. In the last 40 years.
Okay, again, we're going to write out the word 40. Our T again is a flap T because it comes after an R and before a vowel. The vowel is the E as in she vowel. 40, 40, 40, 30, 30, 30. These all have a flap T, which can sound like a D. 40, 40.
40 years.
Now we have some stressed words other than years. Let's listen to the phrase again.
In the last 40 years. In the last 40 years. In the last 40 years.
In a. Last 40. And then we've already marked years. So the unstressed syllable of 40 is unstressed. We have stress in the word last with that vowel. Notice the T is dropped there. It's very common to drop the T in an ending cluster like ST when the next word begins with a consonant, the next word begins with F. So we're going to drop that T to smoothly connect. Last 40, last 40.
Last 40, last 40, last 40.
So out of all of our letters T here on this page, we have a flap T in 30. We have a stop T in combat. We have a true T in citations because it begins a stressed syllable, but then the next T is actually part of the TION ending, and that's an SH sound. In the word to, the reduction is R, flap T, not a true T. In the word shoot, it's a stop T. And in the word last, it's dropped. So out of all of the T sounds in this particular part of this conversation, there's only one true T. And then we even have, as the T and the TH, it's fully pronounced in one case and then dropped in another. So you really need to study how Americans speak and what happens with reductions and linking and dropping sounds in order to figure out how they do things so smoothly. But after you study this and you look at this part of the video several times, you'll be able to go back and imitate that audio. And that's when it really gets fun. When you can not only understand what's happening with American English, but when you can imitate it yourself in a way that sounds natural. It really can feel freeing to do that. And that's what this video series is all about this summer.
Last 40 years. Last 40 years. Last 40 years. Yet you can't get a promotion.
Okay, in this next phrase, what's the most stressed word, do you think?
Yet you can't get a promotion. Yet you can't get a promotion. Yet you can't get a promotion.
I'm feeling can't and promotion as being really stressed. Yet you, really low in volume, low in energy, harder to hear, right? Let's listen to just those two words together.
Yet you, yet you, yet you,
Yet you, yet you, yet you, yet you, yet you. Not very clear, but that's what we need. We need that less clear to provide contrast with our more clear syllables. That's what makes up the character of American English. So we have yet with the stop T, yet, 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 yet you, yet you, yet you, yet you.
yet you, yet you, yet you can't get a promotion.
Can't get a promotion. Okay, we have an N apostrophe T ending in the word can't. That can be pronounced three ways. One of them is can't with a true T. One of them is can't with a stop T. And one of them is can with the T totally dropped. I'm having a hard time deciding if I think it's a stop T or a dropped T, because if I listen to it 3 times thinking it's a stop T, that's what I hear. If I listen to it 3 times thinking it's dropped, that's what I hear. So at any rate, it's not a true T. We'll call it a stop T. Very subtle, very quick. Can't get, can't get, can't get, can't get, can't get, can't get. Not a big lift, but just a tiny little break there before the G. Can't get, can't get.
Can't get, can't get, can't get.
The vowel is the A vowel. When it's followed by N, it's not really a pure A anymore. It's not ka, but ka. It starts with a little less jaw drop and the back of the tongue relaxes, which brings in a sound sort of like a, can't, can't. And we know that this is different than the word can, because if the word was you can get a promotion, then we wouldn't stress it. We would say you can get, you can get, you can get. That would be reduced to the schwa. The word can't never reduces, always has this a vowel in it.
Can't get, can't get, can't get a promotion.
Now we have get and not stressed along with the first syllable of promotion. That's a schwa there, pr. So we have get a pr, but that's not how it's pronounced. It's pronounced getta. Flap T linking into the schwa, and the schwa links right into the PR. That's what helps us link everything together, is we just don't stop the sounds. Get a promotion.
Get a promotion. Get a promotion. Get a promotion.
Again, we have a T-I-O-N ending, and that is S-H schwa N. Shun, shun, shun. It's not shen, shun, it's shun, shun. Try to make it with no vowel at all. N absorbs the schwa, so just try to make S-H-N and say that quickly. Shun, shun. Promotion.
Promotion. Promotion. Promotion.
Get a promotion.
Get a promotion. Get a promotion. Get a promotion. You won't retire.
I wrote the word you here, but it is so subtle. Yeah. I almost just hear it as a super light, weak Y sound in the throat, but I could even see someone saying it's totally dropped.
You won't retire. You won't retire. You won't retire.
Won't retire. So we have two stressed syllables there. And again, I feel like I'm hearing this N apostrophe T as a stop T. Won't retire. Be careful here. Some people say something more like won't, but it's whoa. So your lips start in a circle for the W. Then they loosen up a little bit for the first half of the O diphthong, but then they have to round again. Whoa. If you miss that second rounding, then you're not going to get the correct sound there. Won't retire.
You won't retire. You won't retire. You won't retire.
Again, this T is a true T. Why? Because it starts a stressed syllable. Tire. Retire.
Retire. Retire. Retire. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die.
What do you hear as the most stressed syllables in that phrase there?
Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die.
Despite your best, a little bit of stress on best, a little bit of stress on efforts, but more on refuse and die. Okay, let's look at the rest of the words, the rest of the syllables. Do we have any T's that change from a true T? Do we have any reductions? How do we link all of this together and provide the rhythmic contrast we need?
Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die.
Let's just look at the first two words, despite your. So this T is a stop T because the next sound is a consonant sound, the Y consonant. Also, we want this to be a schwa in D and a schwa in R, retire. So don't say retire, say R, retire, despite. The letter I here makes the I diphthong, despite, stop T. So it's different from dropped T because that would be despy. The sound would be the same, I, but it would change shape, I. It would go up and then come down, despy. But when we cut it off, despite
your best.
That cutoff is a stop of air, and that signifies the T. Now the word your is reduced. It becomes the schwa R. Those two sounds blend together. The R absorbs the schwa. So you don't even need to try to make a vowel there. It's just y, your. Say that as quickly as you can. Your. Despite your. Despite your
best efforts.
Best efforts. So we have an ST cluster. If the next word began with a consonant, we would drop that T, but it doesn't. It begins with the as in bed vowel. So we will link that with a light true T. Best efforts. Best efforts. Best efforts.
Best efforts. Best efforts. Best efforts.
We don't want to say efforts. We see a letter O here. Maybe we want to do some lip rounding, but it's not. It's a schwa. Effer. And remember, just like we said here, schwa is absorbed by the R, so you don't even need to try to make a vowel. Right from F into R. Effer. Efforts.
Efforts. efforts you refuse to die.
Efforts you So we have three unstressed syllables here. We have the unstressed syllable of efforts, the word you, which doesn't reduce. He could have said ya, but he said you, but he said it low and unstressed. You. Then again, just like retire, we have refuse with a schwa, not refuse, but refuse. Refuse.
Refused to die.
You refuse to die. Now, I listened to this quite a few times to decide, do I think this is a true T in to or a flap T? I think it's a true T. Refuse to, but it's got the schwa. It's not to, it's t. It's low in pitch. It's said very quickly, refuse to die before the stressed word die. Now, I want to talk about this word, refuse. So it can be pronounced two different ways. It can be unstressed, r schwa. Actually, you know what? It's not the schwa. It's the I as in sit vowel, which brings up something interesting. This is actually an I as well, as is despite. If I look it up, I see it's an I. Refuse is an I. So why am I saying it's a schwa? I've always said, to me, the I as in sit unstressed sounds just like the schwa. Refuse, retire, refuse, retire. In the word themselves, they pretty much sound the same to me. So I always tell students, don't worry about an unstressed syllable like this. Do whichever one helps you say it more quickly. But I love this when I look something up and I find, oh man, I'm wrong. The official pronunciation does show an I. If you say it with a schwa, that doesn't really matter. What matters is that it's said very quickly. With this word, we actually have two different pronunciations, two different meanings, but same spelling. So the first one is how it's used here. It's a verb. We have the R consonant, I vowel, unstressed. And then in a stressed syllable, we have the F consonant, the U as in few diphthong, and the Z. Refuse. Refuse. That's the verb. And it means, no way will this person do something.
Refused.
The other pronunciation of it is a noun, and it's refuse. So now the first syllable is stressed. We have the e as in bed syllable there. And then in our unstressed syllable, we still have the U diphthong, but we have an S at the end instead. And this is the noun. And this is just another word for trash. So two different words, two different meanings, same spelling, but different pronunciation. Refuse, refuse.
Refused to die. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now.
You should be at least, some stress there, you should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. 2-star admiral by now.
You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now.
Let's look at our first four words here. You should be at.
You should be at. You should be at. You should be at.
You should. The D, the letter L is always silent in this word. The D is very subtle, and actually you can drop it. You can think of it as being dropped before a word that begins with a consonant. Sh. So it's SH and schwa. You should be. You should be, you should be, you should be it, you should be it, you should be it. B linking right into at, which reduces it. I would write that with a schwa and a stop T. Be it, be it, be it, be it, be it. You should be it, you should be it, you should be it.
You should be at. You should be at. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now.
Four less clear words before we have some of our words with stressed syllables.
You should be at least a 2-star. You should be at least a 2-star. You should be at least a 2-star.
At least, now here, T in an ST cluster, but the next sound is the schwa. So we do hear a true T linking into that, lista. At least a 2-star. Now, this is a T starting a stressed syllable, so that will be a true T. 2-star. 2-star admiral by now. Ah, there we have that vowel again. Hope you feel pretty good about it because it's in this sentence. It's in this conversation quite a bit. 2-star admiral by now.
At least a 2-star admiral by now. At least a 2-star admiral by now. At least a 2-star admiral by now.
Admiral. Admiral. I love that word. It really is clear that the first syllable is stressed and the second two are unstressed. Merle, Merle, Merle. Don't say miral or anything like that. Mer, 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 mer.
Admiral. Admiral. Admiral.
Both unstressed syllables have the schwa. Schwa followed by R, it gets absorbed by the R. Schwa followed by L, it gets absorbed by the L. M, N, R, L all absorb the schwa. So they're called syllabic consonants. You don't need to try to make a schwa there. It's just m, ul. M right into the R sound and then a dark L. Merle, 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 Merle. Admiral.
Admiral. Admiral. Admiral by now.
By now. By now. A little bit of stress on now, but it's the end of the phrase. His voice has lost some of the energy. It's lower in pitch.
By now. By now. By now. Yet here you are.
Okay, in this little forward sentence, what is the stress?
Yet here you are. Yet here you are. Yet here you are.
Yet here you are. Here and are more stressed. Everything links together very smoothly. We have a stop T in yet because the next word begins with a consonant, the H consonant. Yet here you are.
Yet here you are. Yet here you are. Yet here you are. Captain.
Captain. Cat. Again, that a vowel in our stressed syllable. Captain.
Captain. Captain. Captain.
A light true T here. Now, why would this one be a true T? The rule is if it's part of a consonant cluster, like in PT, that it's a true T, although we've definitely seen exceptions to that, haven't we? ST followed by a consonant, it's dropped. But here, part of the PT cluster, it is a light true T. And again, captain, captain. Don't try to make a vowel there. Schwa and captain.
Captain. Captain. Captain.
Actually, I just looked it up because I was curious. Dictionary.com shows both schwa and or I-N as an ending. And as I've said before, to me, they sound the same.
Captain. 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 Why is that?
Why is that? Why is that? Most stress on the question word. Why is that? And then the pitch sort of falls down from that. Why is, really link that I diphthong. Why is into the I as in sit vowel. You might need to feel like you go through the glide consonant Y to help you link them. Why is that? Then a weak Z, TH, A as in bat vowel, stop T. Now, why is this a stop T? It's not followed by a consonant. It's a stop T because T is a stop T if it's followed by a consonant or it's the end of a thought group like it is here.
Why is that? Why is that? Why is that?
It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
It's one of life's, more stress there, mysteries, sir. One has a little bit of stress, sir has a little bit of stress.
It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
Let's look at the other words. The word it's. Vowel is dropped. It's just the TS cluster before the W of one. Tswan, 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 tswan. It's not uncommon to pronounce it's that way. You can even do that with what's and let's. Like if I was going to say let's go, I might say, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready to go. Let's go. That can also be reduced to just the TS cluster. It's one.
It's one. It's one. It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
It's one of. The word of, I would write that with the schwa and the V. You can drop the V sound, but he doesn't. It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
The word mysteries can be pronounced as 3 or 2 syllables. Mysteries or mysteries. I actually think he's doing it as 3, but this middle syllable is so fast. Mysteries, mysteries, mysteries.
Mysteries. Mysteries. Mysteries, sir.
And there's not really a break between mysteries and sir. Mysteries, sir. So even though in IPA this would be written with a Z, it's more like an S that just keeps going into the stressed sound, sir, into the stressed word, sir. Mysteries, sir.
Mysteries, sir. Mysteries, sir. Mysteries, sir.
Everything in this phrase really smoothly connected.
It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir. It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
The end is inevitable, Maverick.
Okay, our stress here. The end is inevitable, Maverick.
The end is inevitable, Maverick. The end is inevitable, Maverick. The end is inevitable, Maverick.
End has the most stress, I would say. Now, the word the here is pronounced the. The rule is that's what we do when the next word begins with a vowel, and here the next word begins with the vowel. Usually it would be the, but here it's the end, the end. Now, do Americans always follow this rule? No. But if you noticed it, that's what's going on. The end. The end is inevitable. Inevitable. Do you hear that? That's a flap T because it comes between 2 vowel or diphthong sounds. Inevitable. So it's a 4-syllable word with second syllable stress. Inevitable. 5-syllable word with second syllable stress. Unstressed, then 3 unstressed. Inevitable.
Inevitable. Inevitable. Inevitable.
And everything links together really smoothly. D into beginning I, Z into beginning I. The end is inevitable.
The end is inevitable, Maverick. The end is inevitable, Maverick. The end is inevitable, Maverick.
Maverick. This is another word that can be pronounced as 3 or 2 syllables depending on if you drop the middle. Maverick. Just like mystery or maverick.
Maverick. Maverick. Maverick.
Drop the feeling of the vowel and make this feel like a cluster. Vrick, vrick, maverick. And that's what he did. He does not release the K. K is a stop sound just like T, and we can skip the release at the end of a thought group like he does here, or when the next word begins with a consonant. It's a little bit less of a strong rule. The T is almost always a stop T in these cases. K, it's a little bit more likely to release it, but he doesn't. Maverick, maverick.
Maverick. Maverick. Maverick.
Sort of an abrupt stop of air there signifies the K.
Maverick. 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 Your kind is headed for extinction.
Now let's look at our next sentence. The word your, the last time we saw that, it was reduced. It wasn't your, it was your. Your. Does that happen again? Listen.
Your kind is headed for extinction. Your kind is headed for extinction. Your kind is headed for extinction.
Honestly, I almost don't even really hear an R sound. You kind.
Your kind is headed for extinction.
Your kind is headed. Stress on kind. Headed for extinction. So the word your definitely reduced. We have stress on kind. It's the I diphthong. And your links right into kind. Then the D links right into the I vowel for our unstressed syllable is. Weak Z sound links right into the H.
Kinda said it. Kinda said it. Kinda said it.
Kind is headed. The ED ending after a D is schwa D. Headed, headed. Could you think of that? I'm sorry, I said schwa, but I wrote I. Because you can also think of it as schwadi. Headed, headed, headed.
Headed. Headed. Headed for extinction.
The word for. Now, I know this word usually reduces. Is it for? Let's listen.
Headed for. Headed for. Headed for.
Headed for. Headed for. It is not for. It is for. For. I would write that with a schwa. For. Reduced. Headed for extinction.
Headed for extinction. Headed for extinction. Headed for extinction.
T here, starting a stressed syllable, that's a true T. Unstressed I, K sound. The letter X here is interesting. It makes KS, and the syllable break actually happens between K and S. So it's actually ick, and then ST cluster, ick, stinction. So in the stressed syllable, sting. I'm just going to write this over here. We're getting crowded there. Ick, stinction.
Extinction. Extinction. Extinction.
In the stressed syllable, we have the I as in sit vowel, but that's followed by the NG consonant. Now here it's the letter N, but it's not made at the front of the mouth like N. It's made at the back, with the back of the tongue like NG, and that's because it's followed by a K sound. Exting, that's the back of the tongue lifting to the soft palate. When I is followed by an NG sound, it's not really I, it's more like E. You'll notice this in the word sing or ring. It's not I, se, sing, but sing. Extinction. Sort of a tricky word. You might want to slow it down as you practice it. Extinction.
Extinction. Extinction. Extinction.
Maybe so, sir.
Maybe so, sir. A little bit of stress on may, much more on so, a little bit of stress on sir, and everything links together really smoothly, doesn't it? Maybe so, sir.
Maybe so, sir. Maybe so, sir. Maybe so, sir. But not today.
But not today. Okay, so I think this T is actually dropped. I don't really hear it as a stop, but I hear the going right into the N. But not today. But not today. Stress on not. But not today.
But not today. But not today. But not today.
But not today. Not today. So we have two T's here. These words will link together with the true T. But not today. But not today. And it's not today. It's schwa, today. But not today. But not today.
But not today. But not today. But not today.
Let's listen to this whole conversation one more time.
30 plus years of service. Combat medals. Citations. Only man to shoot down 3 enemy planes in the last 40 years. Yet you can't get a promotion. You won't retire. Despite your best efforts, you refuse to die. You should be at least a 2-star admiral by now. Yet here you are. Captain. Why is that?
It's one of life's mysteries, sir.
The end is inevitable, Maverick. Your kind is headed for extinction.
Maybe so, sir. But not today.
When you watch so much analysis all at once, you really start to feel those characteristics that are important to American English. You can't deny them. You start to feel them in your body. If you want to start training that,
You'll want to work with the audio training that goes along with these kinds of analysis videos in my online school, Rachel's English Academy. We have thousands of students training right now to get these habits into their voices. Visit rachelsenglishacademy.com to sign up today. Keep your learning going now with this video, and don't forget to subscribe with notifications. I make new videos on the English language every week. I love being your English teacher. That's it, and thanks so much for using Rachel's English.